Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I still remember the weight of the painting in my hands as I carried it from my car into my apartment that evening. The sky had turned that peculiar shade of violet that only appears during the transition between day and night, casting long shadows across the parking lot. The thrift store where I'd found it was closing when I walked in, the fluorescent lights humming overhead as I browsed through the neglected artwork along the back wall. Something about this particular piece called to me, an ordinary living room scene, painted in oils with careful attention to small details. I paid $12 for it, thinking it would fill the empty space above my couch. The painting sat wrapped in brown paper on my coffee table as I made myself tea, the kettle's gentle whistle breaking the silence of my apartment. I'd been living alone for 3 years now, ever since the divorce. The emptiness had become a companion of sorts. I told myself the painting would help make the place feel more like a home. When I finally unwrapped it, the late evening light from my window fell across the canvas, illuminating the scene within. That's when I felt the first chill, a whisper of unease that crept up my spine. The living room in the painting was mine, not similar, not reminiscent of, but mine. The exact arrangement of furniture, the specific pattern of my area rug with its geometric design in faded burgundy and navy. Even the small crack in the wall beside the bookshelf, the one the landlord had promised to fix for months, was there, rendered with unsettling precision. The painting captured the afternoon light that filtered through my curtains, the way it fell across the hardwood floors in elongated rectangles. My tea grew cold beside me as I studied every detail, my breathing becoming shallow. The artist had included my reading lamp with its slightly crooked shade, the stack of psychology journals on the side table, even the specific arrangement of throw pillows I'd placed on the couch just last weekend. But centered in this perfect reproduction of my private space was something that didn't belong, a body, face down on the floor, wearing blue and white striped pajamas. The same pajamas hanging in my bedroom closet at that very moment. I set the painting down with trembling hands and checked the back. No signature, no date, nothing but a small price tag from the thrift store. When I turned it over again, I found myself searching the brush strokes for answers, as if the artist might have left some clue within the texture of the paint itself. Detective Morris listened to my story with a patience I hadn't expected. The precinct hummed with quiet activity around us, phones ringing in the distance, the soft click of computer keys, occasional footsteps passing the interview room door. She wasn't what I'd imagined a detective would be. No rumpled trench coat, no world-weary sighs, just attentive eyes and a notepad where she wrote in small, precise lettering. "And you've never seen this painting before purchasing it yesterday?" she asked, her voice carrying the slight rasp of someone who'd recently recovered from a cold. "Never," I replied, watching her eyes study the painting we'd placed on the table between us. "I don't understand how anyone could have painted my living room with such accuracy. It's not just similar, it's exact." She nodded, her pen moving across the paper. "And the thrift store, second-hand treasures on Elm Street, they couldn't tell you anything about who donated it. They said donations come in all day. Unless someone fills out a tax receipt, they don't keep records." The silence stretched between us as Detective Morris continued examining the painting. I watched her eyes trace the same details that had disturbed me. The crack in the wall, the specific arrangement of books, the body on the floor. "Ms. Reynolds," she finally said, looking up, "I understand why this is unsettling. but there's no crime here that I can investigate. Disturbing art isn't illegal. Have you considered that this might be someone who knows your apartment? A friend, a maintenance worker, even a neighbor who glimpsed inside. I shook my head slowly, but the pajamas, they're the exact same pattern. And who would paint something like this? Who would create such a specific scene and then donate it to a thrift store where I might find it? Her expression softened slightly. Let me ask you something different. Has anyone threatened you recently? Do you have concerns about a specific person in your life? The question hung in the air between us as memories drifted through my mind. The uncomfortable exchanges with my ex-husband during the final divorce proceedings. The student from last semester who'd become fixated on my psychology lectures. The new maintenance supervisor who'd lingered too long during a repair visit. There are possibilities, I finally admitted. When I returned home that evening, I couldn't bring myself to enter immediately. I stood outside my own door, key in hand, imagining the layout within, the furniture arranged exactly as in the painting. Detective Morris had kept the artwork as potential evidence, though she'd made it clear there wasn't much they could do without something more concrete. She'd promised to look into recent break-ins in the area and check if anyone had filed complaints about similar disturbing findings. The empty space above my couch seemed to watch me as I moved cautiously through my apartment, checking closets, looking under the bed, making sure windows were locked. I found myself avoiding the exact spot where the painted figure had been lying. Sleep evaded me that night, my mind replaying every interaction with every person who might have seen the inside of my home. 3 days passed. I changed the locks. I rearranged my furniture. I called Detective Morris twice, but there were no updates. Then came the knock at my door. Through the peephole, I saw a woman I didn't recognize, middle-aged, with paint-splattered jeans and nervous hands that wouldn't stay still. "Ms. Reynolds," she called through the door. "My name is Diane Mercer. The police contacted me about a painting." My heart seemed to pause between beats as I opened the door, chain still latched. "I'm an art therapist at Lakeside Psychiatric Center," she explained, her voice soft but tense. "One of my patients. He painted your living room. The police showed me the image yesterday." "How is that possible?" I whispered. "How could your patient know what my apartment looks like?" Her eyes met mine with a heaviness I immediately recognized as bad news. Thomas was obsessed with a psychology professor for years. He attended all her public lectures. He would follow her home sometimes just to watch. When medication stabilized him, he started painting scenes from memory as part of his therapy. The realization washed over me in a cold wave. I gave a series of public lectures on trauma recovery last year at the university. She nodded slowly. Thomas painted dozens of scenes, mostly harmless memories, but his condition deteriorated after funding cuts reduced his sessions. He was released 6 weeks ago despite my recommendation. My mouth felt dry, and the body in the painting. Diane's fingers twisted together. Thomas often painted scenes both real and imagined, sometimes mixing what he saw with what he wished to see. That evening, Detective Morris called with news. They'd located Thomas living in a halfway house 3 miles from my apartment. He had no means of transportation. He had been attending his mandatory therapy sessions. He had no history of violence. "But we'll increase patrols in your area," she assured me. "And I'd recommend staying with a friend for a few days, just until we can complete our assessment." I thanked her and hung up, my gaze drifting to the empty wall above my couch. In the quiet of my apartment, I could almost see the painted scene superimposed over reality, the same furniture, the same light through the windows, the same crack in the wall that the landlord still hadn't fixed. And in the center of the room, a space where no one stood, where no one lay, where nothing existed except possibility, a future moment captured in paint before it could occur in life. I packed a bag that night and called a friend. As I closed my apartment door behind me, I couldn't help but wonder about the artist's mind that had created that scene, how he had rendered with such precision not just the physical details of my space, but somehow captured the isolation I felt within it. The painting remains in police custody. I've moved to a new apartment in a secured building. I've changed the pattern of my daily routines. But sometimes in the moments between waking and sleep, I see that painted scene, my old living room rendered in perfect detail, the afternoon light streaming through the windows, illuminating what might have been. And I wonder if somewhere in a therapy session or a halfway house or perhaps in freedom, Thomas is painting a new scene, a new room I haven't yet rented, a new moment I haven't yet lived. I wonder if he's watching me still, capturing my life in brush strokes before I've had the chance to experience it myself. Story 2, I still remember the call that came in that Tuesday evening. The air was heavy with late summer moisture, making the pages of my notepad curl at the edges as I jotted down the address. A woman's voice, steady but with an undercurrent of unease, had reported a suspicious package. Not the usual bomb scare or threatening letter, this was different. A wooden crate, she'd said, old, heavy, and most disturbing of all, with her name, Ellen Mayhew, burned into the lid. The porch light cast a dim yellow glow as I approached the craftsman-style home on Chestnut Lane. Ellen stood in the doorway, arms crossed tightly across her chest, her silver hair catching the light. She didn't rush toward me with the typical anxious questions of civilians. Instead, she simply nodded toward the object that sat ominously on her welcome mat. "I haven't touched it," she said, her voice carrying the slight rasp of a lifetime smoker. "It wasn't here when I left for my book club at 3. When I returned at 7, there it was." The crate was approximately 2 feet by 3 feet, constructed of dark wood weathered by time. The brass fittings were tarnished to a dull brown, and an antique padlock secured the front latch. But what caught my attention immediately was the name, ELLEN, burned deep into the wood in an old-fashioned script. The charred letters seemed to absorb the porch light rather than reflect it. I crouched beside the box, the wooden slats of the porch creaking beneath my weight. The night had grown quiet around us, as though the suburban street itself was holding its breath. In the distance, a dog barked once, twice, then fell silent. "Do you have any idea who might have sent this to you, Ms. Mayhew?" I asked, running my pen light along the edges of the crate without touching it. "No," she said, then after a pause, "well, perhaps." I looked up at her. In the half-light, the lines on her face seemed deeper, mapping a life I knew nothing about. "It's been 50 years next month," she said, almost to herself. 50 years since Catherine disappeared. I let the silence stretch, a technique I've found more effective than direct questioning when people are on the verge of sharing something important. "My sister," Ellen finally offered, "my twin. We were 12. Back at the station, we carefully photographed the crate from all angles before attempting to open it. The lock, though old, proved surprisingly resilient until Officer Martinez applied a set of bolt cutters. As the metal gave way with a dull snap, a hush fell over the room. I lifted the lid slowly, half expecting something to leap out at us. Inside, nestled in what appeared to be decades-old newspaper, lay a child's dress. white cotton with small blue flowers yellowed with age. Beneath it, a stack of black and white photographs and newspaper clippings, their edges crisped and brown. I lifted the dress carefully, noting how the fabric had stiffened with time. No visible stains, no damage, just the unmistakable weight of absence of a body that should have filled it but didn't. The photographs showed two identical girls, their hair in matching braids, standing before a lake house. In some they were smiling, in others caught in mid-motion, running toward or away from the camera. In every image they were together until the final photograph, where only one girl remained, her face solemn as she stood beside an empty swing. The newspaper clippings told the story that Ellen had begun to share. Local girl still missing after Lake Mendota search. Twin sister last to see Catherine Mayhew alive. Search called off as summer ends with no new leads. And the final one dated September 30, 1974. Mayhew case goes cold. Father insists someone knows something. Survived by her twin sister, still unaccounted for. That last line puzzled me. Ellen was clearly accounted for. She had been the one who reported her sister missing, according to the articles. I made a note to follow up on this discrepancy. When I returned to Ellen's home the following morning, the house seemed different in daylight, smaller somehow, more ordinary. Ellen herself looked diminished, seated at her kitchen table with hands wrapped around a mug of coffee that had long gone cold. "Do you recognize the items in the crate?" I asked after she'd invited me to sit. She nodded slowly. The dress was Catherine's. She was wearing it the day she went missing. At least that's what I always thought. And the photographs. Hours from our family album, but they should be in my attic, in the cedar chest where I keep all the old memorabilia. She looked at me, her eyes suddenly sharp. "Someone has been in my home, detective." We searched the house together. The attic door showed no signs of forced entry, but when we climbed the narrow stairs and located the cedar chest, the lock had been carefully picked. Inside, the family album lay open, several pages clearly missing photographs, the same ones that had appeared in the crate. "Who would do this?" Ellen whispered, her fingers trembling as she touched the empty spaces where memories had once been secured. I didn't answer immediately, my attention caught by something else, a small, leather-bound diary wedged in the corner of the chest. When I reached for it, Ellen's hand shot out with surprising speed. "That's private," she said. Something in her tone made me pause. In my 15 years as a detective, I've learned to recognize the cadence of concealment. "Ms. Mayhew," I said gently, "if there's anything that might help us understand who sent you this crate and why, now would be the time to share it." Her hand remained on the diary, but her shoulders slumped slightly. "You have to understand," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "We were 12, just children playing games." She withdrew her hand slowly, allowing me to take the diary. The pages were filled with a child's handwriting, looping and inconsistent. Entries about school, about fights with parents, about secrets shared between sisters. And then on the final written page, dated the day before Catherine's disappearance, 5 words that made my skin prickle. "Tomorrow we switch places again." The office hummed with quiet activity as I spread the evidence across my desk later that afternoon. The diary, the photographs, the newspaper clippings, and a new addition, the missing persons report filed by Ellen and Catherine's parents on August 15, 1974. Something wasn't adding up. I reread the final newspaper article, survived by her twin sister, still unaccounted for. Still unaccounted for. I picked up the photograph of the solemn girl beside the empty swing, turned it over. In faded pencil, a name was written: Catherine, August 20, 1974. 5 days after the disappearance was reported. I reached for my phone and dialed Ellen's number. No answer. Not surprising, she had mentioned a doctor's appointment when I left her house. I left a message asking her to call me back as soon as possible. Then I began typing a search warrant request for Ellen Mayhew's medical records from 1974 to the present. 3 days later, Ellen sat across from me in the interview room, her lawyer beside her. The overhead light cast harsh shadows across her face, accentuating the hollow beneath her cheekbones. "Ms. Mayhew," I began, "I believe you've been living under your sister's identity for the past 50 years. She didn't respond, but her fingers, Catherine's fingers, tightened slightly around the paper cup of water we'd provided. The medical records show that Ellen Mayhew had a small crescent-shaped birthmark behind her right ear. You don't have that birthmark, but in several of the childhood photographs, we can clearly see it on one of the twins." Still, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on some middle distance. "What happened that day at the lake, Catherine?" I asked softly. Her eyes finally met mine, and in them I saw not guilt or fear, but a profound weariness. "Ellen drowned," she said simply. "It was an accident. We were playing our switching game, pretending to be each other. We'd been doing it for years, fooling everyone. Even our parents couldn't always tell us apart." She took a small sip of water before continuing. "We were on the dock. She fell. I tried to save her, but I couldn't swim well enough. When I finally managed to get back to shore, I was in shock. And then I realized no one had seen, no one knew which of us had gone into the water." "So you became Ellen," I said, filling the silence that followed. "I became Ellen," she repeated. "It wasn't planned, but in that moment it seemed easier to be the sister who hadn't drowned, the sister who wouldn't be blamed. And for 50 years no one suspected." A small, sad smile touched her lips. We were identical in every way that mattered. I learned to forge her signature, to mimic her little habits. Eventually, I forgot sometimes that I had ever been Catherine. The crate remains in our evidence locker, its purpose still unclear. An anonymous attempt to expose a half-century-old deception. A message from someone who had suspected the truth all along. We may never know. Catherine Mayhew, living as Ellen, was not charged with any crime. The statute of limitations on identity fraud had long expired, and there was no evidence of malicious intent in a traumatized child's decision in the aftermath of tragedy. Sometimes at night, when the office is quiet and the fluorescent lights hum in that particular way that makes thinking both clearer and more surreal, I find myself wondering about those twin girls by the lake, about identities exchanged like summer clothes, about the weight of carrying not only your own life but someone else's as well, about how truth, like a body in deep water, eventually finds its way to the surface. Story 3, the apartment hallway seemed longer that evening. I remember the way the late October light filtered through the window at the end of the corridor, casting long shadows across the beige carpet. My keys jangled softly in my hand as I approached my door, apartment 2B. I'd walked this hallway hundreds of times before, but something felt different. The air was heavier somehow, carrying the faint scent of unfamiliar perfume. I unlocked my door and stepped inside, shrugging off my coat. My one-bedroom apartment was exactly as I'd left it this morning. Dishes drying in the rack, coffee mug still on the counter, my laptop closed on the small dining table, nothing out of place. But then I noticed something that wasn't right. The hallway seemed to extend farther than it should have. There was a door at the end, a door that shouldn't exist. I stood still for a moment, my breath caught in my throat. The rational part of my brain tried to make sense of it. Perhaps I was disoriented, tired after a long day at work. I'd been living in this apartment for 8 months. There had never been a second room. Slowly, I walked down the short hallway. The door was slightly ajar, allowing a sliver of light to escape. I placed my palm against the cool, painted wood and pushed gently. The door swung open without a sound. What I saw defied explanation. A fully furnished room spread before me, a small beige sofa against the wall, a coffee table with a stack of magazines, a standing lamp in the corner casting a warm glow. There was a bookshelf with books arranged neatly and framed photographs I couldn't make out from where I stood. A knitted throw blanket was folded over the arm of the sofa. It looked lived-in, comfortable, used. My heart pounded against my ribs as I took a hesitant step into the room. The carpet felt solid beneath my feet. This wasn't a hallucination. On the coffee table, there was a half-empty glass of water with a lipstick mark on the rim. I didn't wear that shade. I moved toward a closed door in the corner of the room, a closet, presumably. With trembling fingers, I turned the knob and pulled it open. Inside hung several coats and jackets, women's clothing. I reached out to touch a green wool coat, similar to one I'd been eyeing in a store window downtown but couldn't afford. The fabric felt real between my fingers. I checked the size label. It matched mine exactly. The sound of my own phone ringing made me jump. I fumbled for it in my pocket, grateful for something familiar. It was my landlord returning the frantic message I'd left minutes earlier. "Mr. Parsons," I said, my voice wavering. "There's a room in my apartment that wasn't here before." A long pause followed. "What do you mean, a room?" His voice sounded confused. "A second room at the end of the hallway. It's furnished. There are clothes in the closet." Another pause, longer this time. "Miss Reynolds," he said finally, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. "That's impossible. Your apartment is a one-bedroom." "I'm standing in it right now," I insisted. "Wait a minute," he said slowly. "Wait, who let you in already?" My blood went cold. "What do you mean? I've been living here for 8 months." The silence that followed stretched uncomfortably. "Miss Reynolds," he said carefully, "we don't have a tenant by that name." I sat down heavily on the strange sofa, trying to make sense of his words. "Apartment 2B has been vacant for almost a year," he continued. "The new tenant isn't supposed to move in until tomorrow." My mind raced back through the past 8 months, my routine, my neighbors, the maintenance requests I'd submitted. It all seemed so solid, so real. "I have the keys," I said weakly. "I paid my rent last week." "I need to make some calls," he replied. "Stay where you are." After he hung up, I sat motionless on the sofa that wasn't mine, in a room that shouldn't exist, in an apartment I apparently didn't rent. I decided to look at the framed photographs on the bookshelf. Maybe they would provide some answers. As I approached, I noticed they were all photos of me at places I'd never been, with people I didn't recognize. In one, I stood smiling in front of a cabin I'd never visited. In another, I had my arm around a man I'd never met. The building superintendent arrived 20 minutes later with a police officer. Their faces showed confusion when I answered the door. "Miss Reynolds," the officer asked, consulting a notepad. "Yes," I confirmed. The superintendent looked pale. "This is impossible," he muttered. I haven't given anyone keys to this unit. The three of us walked through my apartment, my familiar living room, kitchen, bedroom. When we reached the hallway, I pointed to the door at the end. That's the room I was telling you about. They both stared at me with bewildered expressions. What room? The officer asked gently. I turned to look. The hallway ended in a blank wall. The door was gone. 2 days later, I sat across from Detective Mercer in the station, answering the same questions for the third time. According to all records, I had never been a tenant in that building. My driver's license showed an address across town, an apartment I had no memory of. Mr. Parsons confirmed that apartment 2B had been unoccupied for months following the disappearance of its previous tenant. Tell me again about these clothes you found, Detective Mercer said, his pen poised above his notepad. They were my size exactly, I explained, and the green coat, it was identical to one I'd been wanting. He nodded slowly. And the previous tenant of 2B, have you ever met her? No, I said, then I hesitated. What was her name? Detective Mercer flipped back a few pages in his notes. Catherine Simmons, 28 years old, reported missing by her employer when she didn't show up for work. That was 11 months ago. He slid a photograph across the table. My hand trembled as I picked it up. The face staring back at me was similar to mine, same heart-shaped face, same dark hair cut in a bob, but it wasn't me. We found this in the system, he said, placing another photo beside it. It was a driver's license photo, my driver's license photo, except I'd never taken it. Catherine Simmons and Emma Reynolds, he said quietly, two different women with an uncanny resemblance. Tests later revealed that I had high levels of a prescription sedative in my system that I had never been prescribed. My real apartment, the one on my license, showed signs of having been lived in recently, though I had no memory of the place. The detective's theory was that I'd been experiencing a fugue state, possibly drugging myself and living out some kind of fantasy related to the missing woman. But that didn't explain how I had keys to an apartment I shouldn't have had access to, or how I knew details about the building that only a resident would know. 6 months have passed since that night. Catherine Simmons has never been found. I live in a different city now, but I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, wondering if my current apartment is really mine. I check my driver's license daily, confirming my identity. Yesterday I received a letter with no return address. Inside was a single key and a note written in handwriting identical to mine. She's still there, waiting in the room at the end of the hallway. Don't let her in. I've locked the key in a safety deposit box. Some doors, I've learned, are meant to stay closed. Some rooms aren't meant to be entered. And sometimes the furniture that fits you perfectly belongs to someone else entirely. Story 4, the steady rhythm of ceiling fan blades spinning above me had always been a comfort in my small home office. A white noise machine of sorts, drowning out the sounds of the suburban neighborhood beyond my windows. But for 3 nights now, something had changed. A subtle vibration, almost imperceptible at first, a slight wobble in the rotation that drew my eyes upward more and more frequently. On the 4th night, I finally decided to investigate. The metal was cool against my fingertips as I stood on my desk chair, reaching up to the fixture. The fan hadn't been cleaned in months, perhaps years, and I expected to find dust as the culprit. I twisted the decorative cap at the center, and the glass dome came loose in my hands. What tumbled out wasn't dust, but something else entirely, a small object wrapped in black electrical tape. bouncing once on my desk before settling into stillness. I remember how the tape peeled away, sticky against my fingers in the dim light of my desk lamp. Inside was a USB flash drive, unmarked and unremarkable, the kind you might see abandoned in any college computer lab. It wasn't mine, I'd never seen it before, and yet here it was, hidden in the ceiling fan of the home I'd purchased just 6 months ago. The previous owners had been a couple in their 50s, Martin and Ellen Caruso. They'd retired early, sold the house quickly, and moved to Arizona. At least, that's what the realtor had told me. They'd left in such a hurry that the garage still contained boxes of old magazines and holiday decorations when I moved in. Nothing unusual about people forgetting things during a move. The computer hummed to life as I inserted the drive. No password protection, no encryption, just a folder containing hundreds of audio files, each labeled only with dates going back 3 years. My cursor hovered over the most recent one for several long seconds before I finally clicked. Static filled my headphones at first, then background noises, dishes clattering, water running. Mundane sounds of a household going about its day. 10 minutes of nothing but ambient noise, and I almost clicked away, but then a woman's voice came through, soft and distant. "He's still doing it. I heard him again last night." The voice belonged to Ellen Caruso. I recognized it from the videos the realtor had shown me, where she and Martin gave a tour of the kitchen renovation. But in this recording, her voice carried none of the enthusiasm it had in those marketing materials. It was hushed, cautious. No response followed her words. She must have been on the phone, though I could hear no other voice. Just Ellen, continuing after a pause. "No, Martin doesn't know I'm recording. He wouldn't understand my concerns." Another long pause. The sound of a refrigerator door opening and closing. "I've tried telling him about the noises in the attic. He says it's just the house settling." I pulled up the file creation dates as I listened. Ellen had made these recordings daily, sometimes multiple times per day, not just in recent months, but for years. Each one capturing mundane moments in the house, my house now, where she occasionally narrated her thoughts, her concerns, her growing suspicions. In the older recordings, she sounded merely curious about the occasional unexplained noise. By the more recent ones, her voice had taken on an edge of genuine fear. I listened through the night, the steady thrum of the now silent ceiling fan replaced by Ellen's voice in my ears. In some recordings, she whispered from what sounded like a closet or bathroom. In others, she spoke normally while cooking or cleaning. Occasionally, Martin's voice appeared in the background, always distant, often unintelligible. It was nearly dawn when I reached the final recording, dated just 2 weeks before the Carusos put their house on the market. The file was shorter than the others, only 3 minutes in length. The audio began with silence, then footsteps moving quickly across what I recognized as the creaky floorboards of the upstairs hallway. Ellen's breathing came fast and shallow. "Something's changed," she whispered. "Martin left for his fishing trip 4 hours ago, but I just heard someone in the guest bedroom. The door was open when I know I closed it this morning." A long silence followed, broken only by her controlled breathing. "I've checked every room twice. There's no one here but me, but I keep hearing." The audio cut off abruptly, then resumed about 30 seconds later, her voice now so quiet I had to turn up the volume to maximum. "There's someone in the attic again, right above my head. I can hear them moving." Another pause, longer this time. When she spoke again, her voice had changed, flat, emotionless. I'm going to check one more place, the space behind the wall in the basement that Martin finished last year. He said it was just dead space, not worth opening up during the renovation. But the dimensions don't make sense. The wall shouldn't be there. The soft sound of her descent down the stairs filled my headphones. The familiar creak of the third step from the bottom, the one I'd been meaning to fix, made the hair on my arms stand up. This was my house now. I knew those same sounds. "I found a seam in the drywall," Ellen whispered. "It's not visible unless you're looking for it, but it's there. I'm going to try to." A sharp intake of breath cut her words short. "Oh my God," her voice trembled now. "There's a small hole in the wall, and through it I can see a cot, bottles of water, a lamp. Someone's been living in there." Seconds ticked by, marked only by her quick, shallow breaths. "I need to call the police. I need to." Then came a sound that made my blood run cold. Another voice, muffled and distant at first, but drawing closer to the recording device. "I'm still in the house," the voice said, not threatening but matter of fact, almost gentle. The recording ended. I sat frozen in my chair as first light crept through my office window. The flash drive contained no more files, no explanation for what happened next. I knew only what the realtor had told me. The Carusos had left quickly, selling the house below market value, eager to start their retirement in the Southwest. My eyes drifted to the basement door, visible from where I sat. Behind it lay stairs leading down to the finished basement with its fresh drywall, painted a cheerful yellow by the previous owners. The wall that, according to the floor plan, shouldn't be there at all. The ceiling fan above me remained still, but in the growing silence of dawn, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that I hadn't been alone since the day I moved in, that someone was listening, waiting, someone who knew all the sounds of this house as intimately as I was beginning to learn them. That night I placed my own recording device on the kitchen counter and left it running while I pretended to sleep upstairs. In the morning I found 8 hours of silence, broken only by the normal settling sounds of an aging house. But the file size was much larger than it should have been for simple audio. I scrolled to the very end of the recording and pressed play. 2 hours of silence and then a whisper, "I'm still here, in the house you think is yours." The police found nothing when they came. No hidden spaces, no evidence of anyone living behind the walls. The previous owners, when contacted in Arizona, insisted they knew nothing about any recordings or flash drives. Martin Caruso sounded genuinely confused when questioned about the wall in the basement. Built to code, he assured them. Nothing behind it but concrete foundation. I still live here in this house with its ceiling fans and creaky stairs. Sometimes I think I hear footsteps when I'm alone. Sometimes the fan in my office starts wobbling again, though I've had it professionally balanced twice. And sometimes when I record the silence of my empty home, I find my files have been tampered with overnight, extended by several minutes or hours. I haven't listened to those extended portions. I don't need to. I already know what they'll say. Story 5, she found it on her doormat, no name, no return address, just a single sentence, "You buried her shallow." She hadn't told anyone, not even herself. But beneath her shed, where the dirt still settled unevenly, something was beginning to push upward. I remember the rain that evening. Not a dramatic downpour, just that persistent, whispering kind of drizzle that seeps into everything, making folders damp at the edges and fogging eyeglasses when you step indoors. The kind of rain that makes old case files smell like mildew and forgotten promises. Detective Alina Ward had called me at 6:17 p.m. I noted the time because I'd been watching the second hand on my wall clock, wondering if I should make dinner or just surrender to sleep after a 3-day stakeout. "You need to see this," she said. No greeting, no preamble. That's how I knew it wasn't routine. The address she gave me belonged to a small bungalow on Maple Creek Drive, one of those streets where homes hide behind mature oaks and overgrown shrubs, where neighbors know each other just enough to wave, but not enough to notice when someone goes missing. I arrived as the forensics team was setting up their lights. The soft blue glow spilled onto the wet pavement, transforming ordinary puddles into small, luminous pools. The house looked unremarkable: beige siding, dark green shutters, a small porch with a swing that creaked softly in the evening breeze. Alina met me at the property line, her notebook already dampened by the persistent mist. Woman named Catherine Mercer, 42, elementary school teacher. Lives alone since her divorce 3 years ago. Her voice was low, measured, like she was reciting facts from a textbook rather than describing our newest case. "What happened?" I asked, watching technicians move methodically through the front yard. "She received a letter." Alina handed me a clear evidence bag. Inside was a plain white envelope, no return address, no markings except for Catherine Mercer's perfectly printed name. The letter inside contained just one sentence: "You buried her shallow." I felt that familiar coldness settle at the base of my spine, not fear exactly, but the quiet recognition that we had stepped into something dark and unfinished. "And," I prompted, knowing there had to be more. "And she confessed," Alina said, her eyes shifting toward the backyard where more lights were being set up. "Said she'd been waiting for this moment for 14 months. Said she knew the earth wouldn't keep her secret." We walked around the side of the house, our footsteps making soft squishing sounds in the wet grass. The shed was small, maybe 8 by 10 feet, with weathered wood siding and a slightly crooked door. In front of it the ground had been disturbed, soil turned over in a rough rectangle. "She started digging herself," Alina explained. When the first officer arrived responding to her 911 call, Catherine was already 3 feet down, covered in mud, crying but not stopping. A forensic technician approached us, his gloved hands holding a plastic bag containing what looked like a garden trowel, its metal edge caked with dark soil. "Found this in the hole. Looks like it's been there a while." The smell hit me then, that unmistakable scent that clings to your clothes for days no matter how many times you wash them. The odor of decomposition, earthy and sweet and wrong. "Who is she?" I asked quietly, watching as the recovery team worked with careful precision, removing soil layer by layer. "That's the thing," Alina said, her voice barely audible above the soft patter of rain. "Catherine claims she doesn't know." We stood there, watching the excavation unfold under artificial lights that made everyone look ghostly and unfamiliar. Catherine Mercer sat in the back of a patrol car, her face a blank canvas, eyes fixed on the shed as if waiting for something or someone to emerge. The interview room at the station always feels smaller at night. The fluorescent lights cast everything in a slightly sickly hue, making the coffee in my paper cup look almost black. Catherine sat across from me, her hands folded neatly on the metal table. She hadn't asked for a lawyer, another detail that made me uneasy. "Tell me about the letter," I said, keeping my voice soft and even. Catherine's eyes met mine. They were a clear, ordinary brown, the kind you'd trust with your children during school hours. "I knew it would come someday," she said. Not exactly like that, maybe, but I knew someone would figure it out. Figure what out, Catherine? That I'm not who they think I am. She smoothed an invisible wrinkle in her beige cardigan. I've been waiting for 14 months, 2 weeks, and 3 days. The timeline matched the preliminary assessment from our medical examiner. The body had been underground for approximately 14 months. I let the silence stretch between us, knowing sometimes the weight of quiet can extract confessions that questions cannot. I don't know her name, Catherine finally continued. I don't know who she was before she came to my door that night. According to Catherine's statement, a young woman had appeared at her home one evening in early March the previous year. It was raining then too, a detail that seemed important to Catherine, the way she emphasized it. The woman was distressed, claimed someone was following her, begged to be let in. I made her tea, Catherine said, her voice taking on an almost dreamy quality. Earl Grey with honey. She drank 3 cups, her hands shaking less with each one. What happened next came out in fragments, pieces of memory that didn't quite align. The woman had stayed the night. They had talked until early morning. The woman knew things about Catherine, personal things she claimed to have read in old news articles. She knew about Thomas, Catherine whispered. Thomas was Catherine's son. He had drowned in a neighbor's pool when he was 4 years old, 12 years ago. Catherine had been cleared of any negligence, but the community whispers never quite stopped. She said she could bring him back. Catherine's voice cracked for the first time. Said she knew how to open doors that should stay closed. The forensic evidence would later confirm what Catherine described next. A confrontation in the kitchen, a heavy ceramic teapot, a single blow to the back of the head. Not premeditated, perhaps, but decisive. I buried her that same night, Catherine said. I told myself I was burying the lies she brought into my home, the false hope. Eleanor joined me in the observation room after Catherine was taken back to her cell. We watched the empty interview room for a moment, as if the walls themselves might offer some explanation. We ID'd the victim, Eleanor said, sliding a file toward me. Margaret Kendrick, 26, freelance journalist working on a series about grief exploitation, people who target those who have lost loved ones. The photo showed a young woman with intense eyes and a confident smile. Someone who thought she was untouchable, who believed that truth was always the right currency, no matter the cost. There's something else, Eleanor continued. We checked Catherine's mail delivery. That letter, it wasn't delivered by the postal service. No mail carrier remembers delivering anything to that address yesterday. So who sent it? I asked, though I was already considering the possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. We found Catherine's fingerprints on the envelope and letter, of course, but there was one more partial print. Eleanor paused, her professional composure momentarily fracturing. It matches samples we have on file for Thomas Mercer, taken after the drowning investigation. Outside, the rain had finally stopped. The world seemed unnaturally quiet as I walked to my car, the kind of stillness that follows a confession. In the distance, I could see the light still illuminating Catherine Mercer's backyard, where technicians continued to sift through soil for answers. Some cases get solved but never closed. Some truths get spoken but never believed. And sometimes, when the rain falls just right and the ground grows soft enough, what we've buried finds its way back to the surface, one way or another. I started my car, listening to the engine's low hum. On my passenger seat lay the case file, and clipped to it, a photograph of the letter that had brought everything to light. Just 7 words that had cracked open a tomb of secrets. You buried her shallow. He's coming home now. The last 3 words had been written in a different hand, smaller, shakier, like a child just learning to write. Alina and I had both seen it, but neither of us had mentioned it during the interview. Some questions are better left unasked until the light of day. As I pulled away from the station, I glanced in my rearview mirror. For just a moment, I thought I saw a small figure standing in the rain-slicked parking lot, a boy, perhaps 4 years old, watching me drive away. But when I looked again, there was nothing there but puddles reflecting the streetlights above, tiny mirrors showing fragments of a world that might not be as solid as we pretend it is. Story 6, it looked antique, worn, and beautifully framed, but when she stood in front of it, it showed the room behind her empty, always empty. One night, she saw someone else in the reflection, standing still, staring forward, then it blinked. I remember the first time I walked through Alina Vance's apartment. It was a Tuesday in late October when the afternoon light slanted through half-drawn curtains, painting amber rectangles across the hardwood floors. The air held that peculiar stillness found only in spaces where something significant has happened, something that changes the molecular structure of a room forever. Detective Laurel had called me in as a consultant. I specialize in cases where conventional investigation methods fall short. Some call what I do psychological profiling, others call it intuitive detective work. I prefer to think of it as listening to what spaces tell us about the people who inhabited them. She's been missing for 16 days, Laurel said, her voice low and measured as we stood in the entryway. No forced entry, no signs of struggle. Her coffee cup was still half full on the kitchen counter, lipstick on the rim. It's as if she simply evaporated. I moved slowly through the apartment, letting my eyes adjust to the interplay of shadow and light. Alina Vance, 37, lived alone. Worked as a conservator at the Hillridge Museum, specializing in 19th century artifacts. No known enemies, no romantic entanglements that anyone knew of. A quiet life by all accounts. The living room was tastefully decorated with antique furniture, not the kind you buy from mass retailers trying to mimic vintage aesthetics, but genuine pieces with history embedded in their scratches and worn edges. And there, against the far wall between 2 tall windows, stood the mirror. Its frame was ornate walnut, carved with intricate vines and small, almost imperceptible faces hidden among the foliage. The glass itself had that particular quality of old mirrors, slightly mottled, with a faint bluish tint that suggested mercury backing rather than modern silver nitrate. "That's new," Detective Laurel said, noticing my attention on the mirror. Or rather, it's old but new to the apartment. According to her colleague at the museum, Alina acquired it about 3 weeks ago. It was part of a private collection being donated to the museum. She was supposed to authenticate and catalog it. I approached the mirror slowly, listening to the gentle creak of the floorboards beneath my feet. Something about my reflection seemed off, the quality of the glass perhaps, the way it reflected light at subtle, unusual angles. "Have you found her journal?" I asked, still studying the mirror. "Journal?" Laurel raised an eyebrow. Alina kept detailed notes on all her acquisitions and restorations. If this mirror was part of her work, she would have documented it. We found the journal in her home office, a leather-bound book with cream-colored pages filled with elegant, sloping handwriting. The last entry was dated 3 days before her disappearance. October 14th, the Blackwell Mirror continues to present inconsistencies. Under normal lighting conditions, the reflective properties seem to absorb rather than reflect certain wavelengths. I've taken spectroscopic readings, but the results are inconclusive. More troubling are the peripheral anomalies, movements or shapes visible only from the corner of the eye. When I turn to look directly, there's nothing there. I'm beginning to wonder if the provenance documents are accurate. The original owner, Margaret Blackwell, disappeared in 1892, shortly after acquiring the mirror from an unknown source in Eastern Europe. Her case was never solved. The pages that followed were filled with technical analyses, measurements, and historical research. But it was a small note in the margin of the final page that sent a chill along my spine. Sometimes I feel it watching me. In the days that followed, I pieced together Alina's final movements. The security footage from her apartment building showed her entering on the evening of October 17th, alone. She never left, at least not through any door captured by cameras. Her colleagues described subtle changes in her behavior in the weeks before her disappearance. More withdrawn, frequently tired, mentioning trouble sleeping due to dreams she couldn't quite remember upon waking. "She said something odd to me the day before," said Dr. Martin Chen, the museum's director of acquisitions. "She asked if I believed that objects could serve as doorways. Not in a metaphorical sense, she was quite specific about it. She wondered if certain items, having absorbed enough of a particular type of energy, might create connections between places that shouldn't logically connect." I spent hours in Alina's apartment, sometimes sitting quietly before the mirror, watching how the light changed as the sun moved across the sky. I began to notice what she had documented, the inconsistencies in reflection, the strange absorption of light. On the 7th night of my investigation, I stayed in the apartment until well past midnight. The building had settled into its nighttime silence, occasional creaks and distant footsteps the only interruption to the stillness. I sat in a chair, positioned to observe the mirror from an angle, my notebook open on my lap. That's when I noticed it, a subtle shift in the quality of reflection. The mirror no longer showed the empty chair where I should have been sitting. It showed the room, perfectly rendered but vacant, as if I wasn't there at all. And then slowly a figure began to form in the glass. Not my reflection, something else, someone else. A woman in period clothing, her hair swept up in the fashion of the late Victorian era. She stood motionless, staring forward. Then she blinked. I didn't move, couldn't move. The woman's lips parted slightly, as if about to speak. I felt the air in the apartment grow dense, heavy with something I can only describe as potential, like the moment before lightning strikes. The woman raised her hand, placing her palm against her side of the glass. Her eyes, wide and desperate, locked with mine, and I understood with perfect clarity that I was looking at Alina Vance, transformed somehow by whatever magic or science the mirror contained. Behind her, visible now in the depth of the reflected room, stood another figure, indistinct, shadowed, watching. The investigation continues. Alina Vance remains officially missing. The mirror has been removed to a secure facility for study, though everyone who spends time with it reports the same symptoms Alina documented: fatigue, strange dreams, the sensation of being observed. As for me, I've requested reassignment, not because I'm afraid, though perhaps I should be, but because sometimes when I catch my own reflection in windows or polished surfaces, I see a slight delay, as if my reflection takes just a fraction of a second too long to mimic my movements. And sometimes, in the moment before sleep claims me, I wonder if I'm still on this side of the glass at all. Story 7. I remember the first time I saw that barn. It was late October, the kind of autumn day where the air feels thin and brittle, like glass waiting to shatter. As a forensic psychologist consulting with the local police department, I had seen my share of disturbing scenes, but something about this case had been gnawing at me from the moment the file landed on my desk. The Henderson farm had been abandoned for nearly 8 years. The main house had burned down in an electrical fire, leaving only the weathered barn standing like a solitary guard over acres of overgrown fields. It wasn't the type of place anyone would stumble upon by accident. You had to be looking for it, hidden as it was behind a curtain of ancient oak trees at the end of a dirt road that had long since surrendered to weeds and wildflowers. I parked my car at the edge of the property, the gravel crunching beneath my tires with a sound that seemed inappropriately loud in the surrounding stillness. Detective Morgan waited for me, her gaze fixed on the barn in the distance, her breath creating small clouds in the cold air. She was hiking, Morgan said without preamble. Sarah Keller, 32, photographer, went missing 3 weeks ago. Her husband reported it when she didn't come home by nightfall. I nodded, pulling my jacket tighter around me. And you found her camera. Memory card in a mailbox 5 miles from here. The last photos were of this property. We walked in silence toward the barn, our footsteps muffled by the carpet of fallen leaves. The structure leaned slightly to one side, as if exhausted by the years of standing watch, wood warped and grayed by seasons of rain and snow. Rust had eaten away at the metal hinges of the double doors, which hung partially open like a mouth frozen mid-sentence. As we approached, I noticed the scent first, damp earth and rotting wood, but underneath it something else. Something chemical and sharp that didn't belong among the natural decay. Watch your step, Morgan cautioned as we entered. Shafts of light spilled through gaps in the roof, illuminating dancing dust particles and creating patterns on the dirt floor. The barn was largely empty save for some abandoned farm equipment pushed against the walls, a rusted plow, stacks of empty feed bags, a broken wheelbarrow tipped on its side. I moved slowly, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light. The floorboards creaked beneath my weight, a hollow sound that echoed in the cavernous space. Something felt off about the acoustics. There, Morgan pointed to an area near the center of the barn where the dirt floor gave way to wooden planks. That's where Officer Chen noticed it. I knelt down, running my hand over the rough surface of the boards. They weren't aligned with the rest of the flooring pattern, a rectangular island of wood roughly 6 feet by 4 feet. When I pressed down on one edge, the opposite side lifted slightly. "A trapdoor," I murmured. Morgan nodded. "We haven't opened it yet. Wanted to document everything exactly as we found it first." The forensic team worked methodically, photographing every angle of the barn's interior before carefully lifting the wooden hatch. A rush of cool, stale air rose from the darkness below. The beam of Morgan's flashlight revealed a set of narrow stairs descending into a cellar. "I'll go first," she said, drawing her weapon. I followed close behind, each step groaning under our weight as we descended into the shadows. The cellar was small, perhaps 15 feet square, with walls of packed earth reinforced with wooden beams. The air was dense and still, as if it hadn't circulated in weeks. The space was Spartan, concrete floor, bare walls, a single naked bulb hanging from the ceiling that flickered to life when Morgan found the switch. In the center of the room stood a wooden chair, sturdy and unremarkable except for the leather restraints attached to its arms and legs. Behind it, a small chalkboard hung on the wall, the the kind you might find in an old schoolhouse. Written in neat, almost elegant handwriting were the words, "One left." And beneath it, scrawled in fresh white chalk dust that still clung to the air, SK. Sarah Keller's initials. I moved closer to the chair, careful not to disturb anything. The leather restraints were worn at the edges, suggesting repeated use. There were dark stains on the concrete floor around the legs of the chair, old blood stains that had been imperfectly cleaned. "This isn't the first," I said quietly. "No," Morgan agreed, "and according to that message, it isn't the last." In the corner of the room, partially obscured by shadow, sat a metal filing cabinet. Morgan pulled on latex gloves before opening the top drawer. Inside were 5 manila folders, each labeled with different initials. The last one read SK. I watched as she carefully opened it. Inside was a driver's license belonging to Sarah Keller, along with several Polaroid photographs. I couldn't bring myself to look at them directly, but from my peripheral vision I could see they documented suffering, methodical, calculated suffering. The second drawer contained notebooks, journals filled with handwriting that matched the neat script on the chalkboard. The third drawer held various tools that made my stomach clench. I turned away. "There's something else," Morgan said, directing her flashlight to the far wall. I hadn't noticed it before, a door, narrow and low, that seemed to lead further underground. "Should we?" I asked. Morgan hesitated, then nodded. "We need to know what we're dealing with." The door wasn't locked. It swung open with a whisper of sound, revealing a tunnel that stretched beyond the reach of our flashlights. The walls were lined with smooth concrete, newer than the cellar itself. "He's been expanding," I noted, "investing time in this place." We followed the tunnel for approximately 30 feet before it opened into another chamber, this one larger than the first. Unlike the Spartan interrogation room behind us, this space was furnished almost like a living area, a cot with neatly folded blankets, shelves lined with books and canned food, a small camp stove, even a portable chemical toilet hidden behind a makeshift screen. "He lives here," Morgan whispered, "at least sometimes." On a small desk sat a laptop computer, and beside it, a leather-bound planner. Morgan carefully opened it to the current week. There, under today's date, was a single notation, "Next, ML." "We need to find out who ML is," I said urgently, "and we need to do it now." Morgan nodded, already reaching for her radio to call for additional resources when something caught my eye. A corkboard on the wall, partially hidden behind the door. Pinned to it were photographs of women, 6 in total. 5 had red X's marked across their faces. The 6th face was unmarked, a woman with auburn hair and glasses. The photo appeared to have been taken without her knowledge as she was exiting a building. Beneath it was a small card with the letters ML. As we stared at the board, the radio on Morgan's belt crackled to life. "Detective," came a voice through static. "You need to get up here. We found something in the barn." We hurried back through the tunnel and up the stairs to the main floor of the barn. Officer Chen was standing by the east wall, pointing to something half hidden behind a stack of old hay bales. A refrigerator, an old model, humming quietly. The kind used to store specimens. I didn't need to see inside to know what we would find. The methodical nature of the cellar, the precise documentation, the clinical atmosphere. We were dealing with someone who saw his victims as subjects, specimens to be studied, catalogued, and preserved. As more officers arrived and the scene was secured, I found myself standing outside, breathing in the cold, fresh air, trying to clear my lungs of the cellar's stillness. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows from the trees across the overgrown fields. Morgan joined me, her face grim. We found an address book in the desk. ML is Mary Lawson, a nurse at County General. Officers are on their way to her location now. I nodded, relief washing over me, and the owner of the property. That's the thing, Morgan said, her voice low. The property records show it was purchased 8 years ago by a shell corporation. We're still tracing it, but preliminary searches led to a Dr. James Werner. The name hit me like a physical blow. Dr. Werner had been a colleague of mine at the university 5 years ago. Brilliant but intense, he had left academia after being denied tenure. His research on pain responses and psychological breaking points deemed too controversial. Too unethical. He's not going to stop, I said, the realization settling over me like a shroud. This isn't impulse or fantasy for him, it's research. As twilight deepened around us and the forensic team continued to process the scene, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had only scratched the surface of Werner's work. The cellar beneath the barn was just the beginning, a single node in what I feared was a much larger network. And somewhere watching, waiting, planning his next acquisition was a man I had once shared coffee with in the university lounge. A man whose mind I had never truly understood until now. The case of the locked cellar would eventually lead us to 3 more sites across 2 states, each more elaborate than the last. But it was that first moment, standing in the rotting barn as darkness fell, knowing that beneath our feet lay the evidence of calculated cruelty disguised as scientific inquiry, that stays with me most vividly. Sometimes in my dreams, I still hear the creaking of those stairs as we descended into darkness, still see the words on that chalkboard, still feel the cold certainty that we were standing in a place where humanity had been systematically stripped away, one subject at a time. One left, the message had been both a countdown and a promise. But whose promise it was, whether Werner's to himself or fate's warning to us, I still don't know. Story 8, she just moved in when the man next door waved politely and said, "Welcome back, Sarah." Her name wasn't Sarah. When she corrected him, he paled. "But you're wearing her necklace." She was. She'd bought it from a pawn shop across town. I remember the first time Ellie Winters showed me that silver pendant, her fingers nervously tracing the intricate tree of life design as we sat in my office. The afternoon light filtered through half-closed blinds, casting alternating lines of shadow and illumination across her troubled face. Outside, the sound of distant traffic created a constant, gentle backdrop to our conversation, the kind of white noise that makes people feel safe enough to share their secrets. "I don't understand what happened," she said softly, her voice barely rising above a whisper. "I was just unpacking boxes when this older man, my neighbor, approached me in the driveway. He seemed so relieved to see me, called me Sarah, and when I told him my name was Ellie, not Sarah, he just froze." I nodded slowly, jotting notes in my weathered leather notebook. The pen made a soft scratching sound against the paper, a sound that had accompanied countless stories of confusion, coincidence, and occasionally something far more sinister. My office, with its dark wooden desk and walls lined with case files, had heard thousands of stories over the years, but something about Ellie's made me pause. "And then he mentioned the necklace," I prompted, keeping my tone even, unhurried. "Yes," she said, her fingers still wrapped around the pendant. "This necklace. I bought it from a pawn shop downtown about a month ago. I liked the design, I never thought." Her voice trailed off as she stared at the silver tree catching the light. I leaned back in my chair, which creaked softly under my weight. 23 years as a private investigator had taught me to recognize the patterns, the small coincidences that weren't coincidences at all. The quiet afternoon suddenly felt heavier with possibility. "Did he say anything else about Sarah?" I asked. He just walked away quickly, practically ran back to his house. I've seen him watching me through his curtains since then. It's been 3 days. I nodded again, considering. The address of the pawn shop, do you remember it? She did. I wrote it down, the familiar motions of investigation already beginning to form a rhythm in my mind. Some cases start with gunshots or screams. Others begin with a whisper, a mistake, a case of mistaken identity. The quiet ones often ran the deepest. The pawn shop sat wedged between a laundromat and a convenience store, its windows dusty and filled with guitars, old cameras, and jewelry displayed under flickering fluorescent lights. The air inside smelled of metal and old fabric, the particular scent of items with too many previous owners. A small bell announced my entrance, its cheerful tone at odds with the dimness of the interior. The owner, a heavy-set man with thinning gray hair and reading glasses perched low on his nose, barely looked up from his magazine. "Something specific you're looking for?" I placed a photograph of the necklace on the glass counter between us. "I'm interested in where this came from. It was sold here about a month ago." His eyes narrowed slightly, defensive. "We get a lot of merchandise through here. Can't remember every piece." "Of course," I said, my voice remaining calm, unrushed. "But this one might be connected to a missing person case." That got his attention. He studied the photo more carefully, then shuffled to a back room, returning with a thick ledger. The pages made a soft, whispering sound as he turned them slowly, his finger moving down columns of handwritten entries. "Here," he finally said, "came in April 12th. Guy needed cash quick, like they all do. Nothing suspicious about him, middle-aged, clean-cut. Said it was his wife's, but she didn't wear it anymore." "Name?" "Robert Keller." I wrote it down, the name sitting there on the clean page. Neither innocent nor guilty yet, just ink on paper. The building where Ellie lived was a 3-story brick apartment complex, the kind built in the 70s with thin walls and small balconies. It was dusk when I arrived, that in-between time when people are returning from work, curtains being drawn, lights coming on in windows one by one like stars appearing in the night sky. The neighbor's apartment, Unit 27B, belonged to a Martin Walsh according to the directory. I knocked gently, listening to the shuffle of movement inside. When the door opened, I was faced with a man in his 60s, tall but stooped, with the pale complexion of someone who doesn't go outside often. His eyes widened when he saw me, a stranger at his door at dinner time. "Mr. Walsh, my name is Thomas Reed. I'm a private investigator. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about a former resident here, Sarah." His hand tightened on the door frame. "There's nothing to tell," he said, his voice unsteady. "She moved away, that's all." "When exactly?" "Last summer, July, I think." His eyes darted past me to Ellie's door across the hallway. "Did she leave anything behind? Personal effects, maybe?" He shook his head too quickly. "No, nothing." "And Robert Keller, do you know him?" At that name, something changed in his face, a flicker of recognition, quickly suppressed. "Never heard of him. Now, if you'll excuse me, my dinner's getting cold." The door closed firmly, leaving me alone in the hallway with the sound of his deadbolt sliding into place. I stood there for a moment, listening to the building around me, a television playing too loudly somewhere above, the clatter of dishes, someone practicing piano badly. Life continuing as normal while underneath something wasn't right. The county record's office was nearly empty the next morning. Just me and the gentle hum of fluorescent lights and aging computers. The clerk, a woman with kind eyes and gray hair pulled back in a severe bun, helped me navigate the system. "Sarah," she murmured, fingers tapping efficiently on her keyboard. "Do you have a last name?" "Try the resident history for apartment 26B at the Parkview Apartments," I suggested. More tapping than a frown. "That's odd. There's no Sarah listed for that unit in the past 5 years, just a series of short-term tenants." I asked her to print the list anyway, studying the names. Robert Keller wasn't among them. A search for Martin Walsh showed he'd lived in 27B for 12 years. Divorced, no children. Worked as an accountant until retirement 3 years ago. Nothing remarkable in his public record, no criminal history, no lawsuits, not even a parking ticket in the last decade. I thanked the clerk and stepped outside into the brightness of mid-morning. The facts weren't aligning. A neighbor who recognized a necklace but gave a name that didn't exist in the records. A pawn shop transaction from a man who wasn't connected to the apartment. And somewhere in the background, a woman named Sarah who may or may not have disappeared. That evening I sat in my car across from the apartment building, watching. Martin Walsh left once, walking slowly to a nearby grocery store and returning with a single small bag. Ellie came home from work at 5:30, glancing nervously at Walsh's door as she unlocked her own. Other residents came and went, living their separate lives, unaware of the questions hanging in the air. As darkness fell completely, I noticed Walsh's silhouette at his window, the curtain pulled just slightly aside. He wasn't watching Ellie's apartment as I'd expected. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the small wooded area behind the building, a patch of undeveloped land that served as a shortcut to the main road. Something pulled me toward those woods. I left my car, walking casually around the building as if I belonged there. The temperature had dropped and my breath formed small clouds in the night air. The trees created deeper shadows, areas where the distant streetlights couldn't reach. The ground was soft under my feet, years of fallen leaves creating a natural carpet that muffled my footsteps. About 50 yards in, the trees opened to a small clearing. Nothing seemed unusual at first glance, just a patch of open ground, some beer cans and food wrappers left by teenagers looking for privacy. I was about to turn back when my flashlight caught something reflective at the base of a large oak tree. Kneeling down, I brushed away dead leaves to find a small metal object buried in the soft earth, a key. Old and slightly rusted, but a key nonetheless. As I stood up, pocketing the find, a twig snapped somewhere behind me. I turned quickly, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but saw nothing. Just trees and shadows and the feeling of being watched. Back in my office the next morning, I laid out everything I knew. The necklace, the neighbor's reaction, the missing Sarah who wasn't in any records, the key from the woods, separate pieces that refused to form a coherent picture. I called a contact at the police department, asking about missing persons reports for anyone named Sarah in the area over the past 2 years. Nothing matched, no unidentified bodies either. If someone had disappeared, it hadn't been reported. My desk phone rang, startling me from my thoughts. It was Ellie. "He's packing his car," she said, her voice hushed and urgent. Walsh, like he's leaving. There are boxes and suitcases. Don't approach him, I warned. I'm on my way. By the time I arrived, Walsh's car was gone, his apartment door locked. The building manager reluctantly let me in after I explained the situation. The apartment was mostly empty, bare walls, clean surfaces, no personal photos or mail, just furniture that had come with the place and a few essential items. In the bedroom closet, I found a small wooden box pushed to the back corner of the highest shelf. Inside was a tattered photograph of a young woman with dark hair wearing the Tree of Life necklace. On the back, written in faded blue ink, Sarah, 1996. She would be in her 40s now if she were still alive. The photograph offered no last name, no other clues to her identity, just a face from the past connected to a necklace in the present. As I left Walsh's apartment, a door across the hall opened slightly. An elderly woman peered out, her eyes curious. "Are you looking for Mr. Walsh?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly with age. "Yes, do you know where he might have gone?" She shook her head. "He keeps to himself, always has, even before the trouble with his daughter." I felt something shift in the case, like the first piece of a lock falling into place. His daughter. "Sarah," she said, nodding slowly. "Such a sad business. She ran away years ago, must have been in her 20s then. He never stopped looking, poor man. Every few years, someone would move in who reminded him of her. He'd get his hopes up, then be disappointed all over again." "Did you ever meet Sarah?" I asked. "Once or twice when she visited him. Troubled girl, had problems with a boyfriend, Robert something. Walsh didn't approve." Robert Keller, the man who sold the necklace. The last pieces fell into place over the next few days. Sarah Walsh had indeed existed, but had changed her name after leaving home at 22. She'd married Robert Keller despite her father's objections, then disappeared 7 years later after filing a domestic violence complaint that was later withdrawn. Keller claimed she'd left him for another man. No missing persons report was ever filed. She simply vanished from official records, becoming a ghost that only her father continued to search for. And now Martin Walsh had disappeared too, leaving behind a 20-year-old photograph and a history of grief that had slowly transformed into something else. Had he finally found answers, or was he still searching, driven by the same desperate hope that made him mistake Ellie for his long-lost daughter? The key from the woods didn't fit any lock in either apartment. Perhaps it was nothing, just a discarded object with no connection to Sarah Walsh or her father. Or perhaps it was waiting for someone to find the door it belonged to, somewhere in the city where a middle-aged woman might be living under another name, unaware that her silver necklace had sparked a search that never truly ended. Ellie keeps the necklace in a drawer now, unworn. Sometimes at night, she tells me, she thinks she hears footsteps in the woods behind her building, just the wind in the trees most likely, or perhaps someone still searching, still hoping to find what was lost. I keep the case file open on my desk, returning to it between other jobs. The photograph of Sarah watches me from beside my computer, a face from the past that connects to a mystery in the present. Some cases end with answers, others simply fade into possibilities and questions that linger like shadows, longest at dusk, when the light is uncertain and the line between what we know and what we imagine grows thin enough to step across. And sometimes in that half-light I wonder about Martin Walsh, and whether he finally found what he was looking for, or if he's still out there somewhere approaching women who remind him of Sarah, hoping that one day, when he says her name, she'll answer. Story 9. I still remember the weight of that hammer in my hand. how ordinary it felt. Just another Saturday in March, renovating the Victorian home my wife and I had purchased 3 months prior. The plaster in the upstairs nursery had begun to crack along the eastern wall, nothing unusual for a house built in 1891. I tapped gently at first, testing the wall's resistance, listening to the hollow echo that confirmed my suspicion. This section needed to come down before we could properly restore it. The hammer felt cool against my palm as I swung with measured force. The plaster cracked easily, splintering into a cloud of chalky white dust that caught the late afternoon sunlight streaming through the windows. I covered my mouth with my sleeve and continued, working methodically from top to bottom. The rhythm became almost meditative: swing, crack, remove, repeat. Then came the different sound, not the expected hollow thud of hammer meeting old plaster, but something softer, something muffled. I paused, listening to the silence of the empty house around me. My wife had gone to pick up more paint samples. I was alone with whatever I'd just discovered. I set the hammer down on the dropped cloth and carefully pulled away more pieces of the crumbling wall. That's when I saw it, a flash of white different from the plaster, something soft. I reached in with cautious fingers and felt fabric gauze, I realized, wrapped around an object no larger than my palm. I gently worked it free from its decades-long hiding place. In my dust-covered hands lay a tiny white baby shoe, the kind worn by infants in their first months of life, pristine, preserved, protected by the gauze wrapped carefully around it. The shoe itself couldn't have been more than 4 inches long, with a delicate ribbon threaded through small eyelets. The craftsmanship spoke of another era, handmade rather than mass-produced. I found myself holding my breath as I unwrapped it completely. Inside, nestled where a small foot should have been, was a yellowed piece of paper, folded into a tight square. The paper felt brittle between my fingers as I carefully unfolded it, afraid it might disintegrate with the slightest pressure. The handwriting was faded but legible, a flowing script in faded blue ink, 7 words that made my skin prickle despite the warm spring air. If found, don't say her name out loud. I looked at the paper again, turning it over. Nothing on the back. No name written anywhere that I could see. I examined the shoe itself, looking for initials, a date, anything that might explain why someone had sealed this memento inside a wall with such an ominous warning. That night I showed my wife Ellen. We sat at our kitchen table, the baby shoe placed between us like an artifact from another world. Ellen, ever the historian, examined it with reverent hands. Late 1800s, judging by the style, she murmured, turning the shoe over. Hand-stitched, expensive for its time. She looked up at me, her eyes reflecting the same questions racing through my mind. Where exactly did you find it? Eastern wall of the nursery, I said, about 4 feet up from the floor. Ellen nodded, making mental calculations. That wall would have been part of the original structure, never moved in any of the previous renovations. Which means it's been there since. Since the house was built, she finished, 1891 or thereabouts. We both stared at the warning note again. Don't say her name out loud, but there was no name to speak. Maybe there's something else in the wall, Ellen suggested. Should we take down more of it tonight? We decided to wait until morning. Some instinct, call it superstition if you like, made me feel that breaking into old walls after dark was tempting fate. We placed the shoe and its note in a small box on our mantelpiece and tried to focus on other things. Yet throughout dinner, our conversation kept drifting back to our discovery, spinning theories like spiderwebs in the corners of our minds. Morning came with gray skies and the promise of rain. We returned to the nursery together, tools in hand, ready to search for more clues. I carefully removed additional sections of plaster around where I'd found the shoe. Nothing. We expanded our search, tapping along the wall to listen for other hollow spaces. Ellen ran her fingers along the baseboards, checking for loose sections or hidden compartments. After 3 hours, we had found nothing else. Just as we were about to take a break, the doorbell rang. It was our next-door neighbor, Grace, with her 3-year-old daughter, Lily. They had brought us a housewarming gift, a potted plant for our garden. "Sorry to interrupt your renovations," Grace said, glancing at our dust-covered clothes. "We've been meaning to come over since you moved in." Lily peered around her mother's legs, curious eyes taking in the strangers before her. Ellen knelt down to the child's level. "Hello there, Lily. It's nice to meet you." The little girl smiled shyly but said nothing. Grace laughed lightly. She's been a chatterbox all morning, and now she goes quiet. We invited them in for lemonade, grateful for the break from our fruitless search. As the adults talked, Lily wandered into our living room, her small feet soundless on the hardwood floors. I noticed her stop in front of the mantelpiece where we had left the box containing the shoe. Before any of us could react, she had opened it and was holding the tiny white shoe in her hands. Ellen started to rise, to tell her gently not to touch, when Lily looked directly at me with unsettling clarity in her young eyes. "Adelaide," she said, her voice suddenly different, deeper, more certain. "Adelaide wants her shoe back." The room fell silent. Grace stared at her daughter in confusion. "Lily, honey, who's Adelaide?" The child blinked, looking momentarily confused, then shrugged. "I don't know." She placed the shoe back in its box and skipped away toward the kitchen as if nothing unusual had happened. Later, after our guests had left, Ellen and I sat in stunned silence at our kitchen table. "Adelaide," Ellen whispered, testing the name in the quiet house. The note said not to say her name out loud. "But how did Lily know it?" I asked. "We didn't know the name ourselves." That evening, unable to shake my unease, I walked to the local library to search through old town records. The librarian directed me to their archives of local newspapers, digitized and searchable by address. I typed in our street number and scrolled through decades of history. There it was in the society pages from August 1892. Mr. and Mrs. Henry Blackwood of 47 Maple Street announce with heavy hearts the passing of their infant daughter, Adelaide Elizabeth, aged 4 months. The family requests privacy during their time of grief. 4 months old, just the right age for the tiny shoe we had found. I continued searching, looking for more information about the Blackwoods and their lost child. The records were sparse, a few mentions of Henry's work as a judge, Catherine's involvement in local charities, nothing more about Adelaide or the circumstances of her death. As I walked home in the gathering darkness, rain beginning to patter on the sidewalk, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The old houses along our street seemed to lean in toward me, their windows like watchful eyes. Our house, when I reached it, stood silhouetted against the twilight sky, the nursery window dark and empty. Inside, Ellen was waiting with strange news of her own. While I was at the library, she had called Grace to ask about Lily's odd behavior. "Grace says Lily has never heard the name Adelaide before," Ellen told me, her voice hushed as if afraid of being overheard. "And there's something else. Grace mentioned that Lily has been having nightmares since they moved in next door 3 months ago, always about a baby crying behind a wall." That night we lay awake listening to the old house settle around us. the occasional creak of floorboards, the soft tapping of rain against the windows, and something else, something so faint I convinced myself I was imagining it, a sound like someone humming a lullaby coming from the empty nursery down the hall. In the morning, I called a local historian who specialized in our town's past. Without mentioning the shoe or the name, I asked about the original owners of our house. Professor Jenkins was eager to share what he knew. The Blackwoods were quite prominent in the 1890s, he explained. Henry was a circuit judge known for his harsh sentences. His wife Catherine came from old money. They had several children, though I believe they lost one in infancy, not uncommon in those days. I pressed for more details. Do you know anything unusual about the family? Any stories passed down? There was a pause on the line. Well, the professor said finally, there were rumors, nothing substantiated, of course, but some said Catherine Blackwood practiced certain spiritual arts. After losing her daughter, she supposedly became involved with a medium who claimed to be able to communicate with the dead. I thanked him and hung up, my mind racing with new questions. That evening, Ellen and I sat in the nursery, the baby shoe placed on the windowsill where moonlight could touch it. We had agreed, against all rational judgment, to try something unconventional. Adelaide, Ellen called softly into the quiet room. Adelaide Blackwood, we found your shoe. Nothing happened, no sudden chill, no flickering lights, just the ordinary silence of an old house at night. We're not here to disturb you, I added, feeling slightly foolish but compelled to continue. We just want to understand why your shoe was hidden in the wall. As if in answer, the nursery door, which we had left ajar, slowly swung closed, not with a dramatic slam, but with the gentle movement of an ordinary door pushed by a subtle draft, except there was no draft. The next day we resumed our renovations, but with a new purpose. We weren't just fixing a wall now, we were looking for answers. As I carefully removed more sections of plaster, a pattern began to emerge, symbols etched into the wooden laths behind the plaster, faint but deliberate marks that formed a circle around where the shoe had been hidden. Ellen photographed everything, then spent hours researching the symbols online. That night, she showed me what she'd found. They're protection symbols, she explained, pointing to similar markings in an old book about folk magic, used in the 19th century to ward off evil or trap spirits. She hesitated, then added, the shoe itself is part of the ritual. They called it a concealment shoe, meant to protect the household or to contain something. Contain what? I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. Ellen met my eyes, something they didn't want to escape, perhaps the spirit of a child who died under difficult circumstances. We slept poorly that night, both of us waking frequently to what sounded like the patter of tiny feet in the hallway. By morning, we had made a decision. We would restore the wall, return the shoe to its hiding place, and complete the protection circle as we found it. As I mixed the new plaster, Ellen wrapped the tiny shoe back in its gauze, carefully replacing the warning note inside. Neither of us spoke Adelaide's name again. Some mysteries, we agreed, were meant to remain unsolved. Some walls were built for reasons we might never fully understand. The renovations continued around that small section of wall, which we patched and painted to match the rest. To anyone else, it would appear seamless, just another part of a beautifully restored Victorian nursery. Only we knew what lay behind it. Lily stopped having nightmares the week after we sealed the wall. Grace mentioned it casually over the fence one afternoon, expressing relief that her daughter was finally sleeping through the night. It's strange, she said, watching Lily play in their backyard. She doesn't remember saying anything about someone named Adelaide, kids and their imaginary friends, right? I smiled and nodded, offering some casual comment about children's vivid imaginations. But later, standing alone in our nursery, which we had decided would become a home office instead, I found myself placing my palm flat against the repaired wall, feeling the slight difference in texture where old plaster met new. "Sleep well, Adelaide," I whispered, breaking my own rule just that once. The house remained silent, but I could have sworn I felt the faintest pressure against my palm, like a tiny hand reaching back. Some stories don't end with justice or resolution. Some mysteries remain buried in walls, in whispers, in the spaces between what we know and what we fear to discover. In an old house on Maple Street, behind a freshly painted wall, a tiny white shoe rests exactly where it was meant to be. And if on certain quiet nights when the moon is full, we sometimes hear the soft melody of a lullaby drifting down the hallway, well, some sounds are best left unacknowledged. After all, we promised not to say her name out loud. Story 10. In the heart of the city, there existed a cozy coffee shop that held a secret within its walls. For years, a mysterious man frequented the shop, following the same routine day after day. His presence was as familiar as the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, yet he remained a stranger to those around him. Known only by his silent gestures, he sat at the same table, ordered the same black coffee, and disappeared into his thoughts. One fateful day, the man failed to show up at his usual spot. Concerned, the police delved into the enigma surrounding him. Upon inspecting his customary seat, they stumbled upon a forgotten wallet, left behind as if a piece of a puzzle left to be discovered. Inside the wallet, a driver's license revealed a face without a name, an identity lost in the blank spaces where information should have resided. Detective Sarah Mercer took on the perplexing case, her curiosity piqued by the eerie circumstances. As she scrutinized the security footage, a chilling realization dawned upon her. The man, now dubbed John Doe in the investigative files, had entered the coffee shop, taken his usual place, but had never departed. He had simply vanished into thin air, leaving behind a trail of bewilderment. Replaying the surveillance footage, Mercer observed John's every move with a keen eye. His actions seemed ordinary, his appearance unassuming. Yet the inexplicable disappearance painted a portrait of intrigue that captivated her investigative mind. With each viewing, the mystery deepened, shrouded in an unsettling veil of uncertainty. The tech specialist tasked with unraveling the enigma could offer no logical explanation for the man's vanishing act. It was as though he had slipped through the seams of reality, leaving no trace of his departure. Mercer delved deeper into the puzzle, determined to unearth the truth hidden within the shadows of the coffee shop. Back at the station, the contents of the abandoned wallet unveiled more questions than answers. The absence of personal details, the cryptic nature of the credit cards, and the enigmatic business card with a silent phone line only added layers to the enigma. Mercer's pursuit of the truth led her down a labyrinth of mysteries intertwined with the fabric of reality itself. The barista's recollections offered little insight, painting a portrait of a man shrouded in solitude and mystery. His silent presence, his solitary demeanor, and the notebook filled with coded passages hinted at a mind consumed by secrets beyond comprehension. The notebook, a cryptic repository of unknown knowledge, became a focal point in Mercer's quest for answers. As she delved into the notebook's cryptic contents, Mercer's investigation took an unexpected turn. The architectural sketches, the indecipherable codes, and the inexplicable drawings hinted at a reality beyond the tangible. The more she uncovered, the more the boundaries between truth and fiction blurred, leading her down a path fraught with uncertainties. The discovery of a hidden space behind an antique mirror unveiled a trove of secrets, each more cryptic than the last. The stack of identical wallets, the leather-bound journal spanning decades, and the fingerprints matching John Doe hinted at a reality far stranger than Mercer had ever imagined. The journal's cryptic entries spoke of experiments in temporal displacement and identity transference, weaving a tapestry of wonder and dread. As Mercer delved deeper into the mysteries surrounding John Doe, strange occurrences began to manifest around the coffee shop. The distortions in reality, the sightings of phantom reflections, and the whispers of a man long gone painted a portrait of a world teetering on the edge of the unknown. Mercer's pursuit of the truth led her to the doorstep of a former physicist with a tale that defied reason. Margaret Keller's revelations shed light on the enigma surrounding John Doe, revealing a tale of scientific ambition turned awry. Daniel Weston, the brilliant physicist lost to the annals of time, had sought to breach the boundaries of reality itself. His experiments with quantum mirrors and parallel realities had led him to a fate intertwined with the very fabric of existence. Armed with newfound knowledge, Mercer returned to the coffee shop, the epicenter of a mystery spanning dimensions. The convergence of past and present, of science and the supernatural, beckoned her to confront the enigma head-on. As she delved deeper into the secrets hidden within the shop's walls, a revelation emerged that shattered the boundaries of belief. In the shattered remains of the antique mirror, Mercer found a final note, a testament to a man lost to the mists of time. Daniel Weston's parting words echoed through the empty space, a warning against delving too deep into the unknown. The experiment had ended, the window closed, leaving behind a legacy of wonder and dread that lingered in the echoes of the past. The unsolved mystery of the man who didn't exist left a mark on Mercer's soul, a reminder of the thin veil separating reality from the realms beyond. The closure of the coffee shop, the disappearance of Weston's body, and the vanishing of his journals all spoke of a truth too elusive to grasp. Mercer's resignation marked the end of an era, yet the echoes of the enigma lingered on, whispering secrets lost to time. As night fell over the city, Mercer found solace in the quiet of her porch, the flickering lamplight casting shadows on her face. With a notebook in hand, she sought to capture the fleeting memories of a man lost to the winds of time. The fragment of the antique mirror hung on her wall, a silent witness to a tale that defied reason, its surface shimmering with echoes of a reality unseen. In the stillness of the night, as the city slumbered beneath a blanket of stars, Mercer's pen danced across the pages, weaving a tapestry of wonder and mystery. The legacy of John Doe, of Daniel Weston, lived on in the whispers of the wind, in the rustling of leaves, in the echoes of a reality beyond comprehension. And as the night deepened, casting a veil of mystery over the world, Mercer's words echoed into the darkness, a testament to the enigma that lingered on, forever intertwined with the fabric of existence. Story 11. She entered through the front door, dust dancing in the stagnant air. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and draped furniture telling tales of neglect. Every room she ventured into, every handle she turned, led her back to the parlor, a mysterious loop defying logic. The doors played a strange game, trapping her in a perplexing dance of repetition. And when she sought escape, the entrance she had used had vanished into thin air, leaving her with nowhere to go but forward. Detective Sarah Lind found herself at the threshold of the Victorian, where Morgan Pierce's body had transformed the eerie dwelling from a mere curiosity to a chilling crime scene. Inside, forensic technicians moved silently, like specters in the dimness, uncovering secrets darker than the whispered legends that clung to the house. the compasses that spun wildly, the sensation of unseen eyes watching mere shadows compared to the truth now revealed. The victim appears to have been deceased for about 3 days, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely audible in the heavy atmosphere. Cause of death points to asphyxiation. Morgan, discovered in the parlor, sat serenely in an antique chair, facing the entrance with an air of expectancy. No signs of struggle, no marks of violence, just a haunting stillness that sent shivers down the spines of seasoned investigators. "Who found her?" Lind inquired, her gaze scanning the room as if seeking answers among the shadows. "A real estate agent showing the property," her partner replied. "They stumbled upon her, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew closer." The house, a relic of a bygone era, had remained abandoned since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, lost to time and legal disputes. But Morgan had been drawn to its enigmatic allure, her research into architectural anomalies leading her to its threshold. A graduate student with a passion for the unconventional, Morgan had frequented the house in her quest for knowledge. Her journal entries spoke of strange phenomena, acoustic distortions, shifting rooms, and doors that defied logic. In her final musings, she hinted at uncovering spatial enigmas with specialized equipment that had now vanished without a trace. The autopsy unveiled a puzzling detail, a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, hinting at a connection to shamanic practices. But her loved ones attested to her dedication to her work, denying any involvement with mind-altering substances. Deleted messages on her phone revealed cryptic exchanges with a mysterious correspondent, sharing her obsession with the house's mysteries and hinting at a hidden truth waiting to be unveiled. Enter Adam Reeves, an architectural historian entwined in Morgan's quest for understanding. Their bond transcended professional curiosity, delving into realms of knowledge beyond the mundane. Reeves, devastated by Morgan's demise, spoke of the house's deceptive design, crafted to bewilder and ensnare the unwary. But his alibi placed him far from the scene of her passing, raising more questions than answers. A revelation from Eleanor Blackwood's grandson unearthed a chilling family secret, a legacy of deaths within the house, termed the claiming by those who knew its dark history. The pattern of peaceful demises in the parlor echoed through generations, hinting at a malevolent force lurking within the walls. Further investigation uncovered a hidden chamber behind the fireplace, housing artifacts of ancient origin tied to liminal spaces and otherworldly thresholds. As the puzzle pieces fell into place, new mysteries arose. Traces of an unknown presence at Morgan's death, fingerprints not matching any known individuals, and the sudden demise of Adam Reeves mirrored her fate. His final message, a cryptic testament to the house's grip on perception, hinted at truths beyond comprehension, truths that blurred the lines between reality and illusion. The case, shrouded in enigma, remained unresolved, the condemned Victorian standing as a silent sentinel to the mysteries within. Whispers of spectral lights and vanishing visitors lingered among the locals, tales of a house that claimed those who delved too deep. Some believed in a curse, others in ancient powers awakened by the curious minds of Morgan and Reeves. The truth, like a hidden door in a maze of illusions, remained tantalizingly out of reach. The house, a labyrinth of secrets and shadows, held its mysteries close, daring those who dared to unlock its ancient riddles to confront the boundaries of perception and reality. And as the night wrapped its cloak of silence around the haunted Victorian, the echoes of the past whispered tales of those lost to the house where all doors led back to the beginning. Story 12. The apartment lay dormant for months, its stillness undisturbed by human presence. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were low, perhaps a layer of dust, a few abandoned remnants of the past. However, one door stood stubbornly closed, resisting their efforts to open it. It was a closet, its secrets locked away on the other side. With a final push, the door creaked open, revealing a chilling sight that sent shivers down their spines. The walls bore deep, jagged scratches, etched into the wood with a haunting desperation. And nestled in the corner, an ancient flip phone, its screen illuminated by a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator, had encountered her fair share of disturbing scenes. Yet the eerie atmosphere of this closet made her senses tingle with unease. It wasn't the presence of blood or violence that unsettled her, but the silent screams embedded in those scratch marks a silent cry for help, a struggle against confinement. "Call in forensics immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the haunting marks. "And gather all records of the previous tenants." The cryptic message on the phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, fidgety and anxious, recounted how the previous tenant, a quiet young woman named Emma Caldwell, had left abruptly, leaving behind unpaid rent. "She kept to herself, caused no trouble," he muttered, eyes skirting away from the closet. Forensic analysis uncovered a grim truth hidden within the scratches, a mosaic of blood samples, most belonging to Emma Caldwell, reported missing after her sudden disappearance. Yet there were two other DNA traces. One remained a mystery, unidentifiable in the system. The other matched a man supposedly deceased for 2 years, Derek Mercer, a convicted criminal. The puzzle deepened as Shaw delved into Emma's life through the remnants of her abandoned apartment. A stack of mail, a forgotten coffee mug, a neatly made bed all whispered of a life abruptly halted. Phone records hinted at a mysterious caller, and Emma's sister mentioned a secretive boyfriend, described only as intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure, concealed in a baseball cap, entering Emma's building after her. The pieces of the puzzle began to align when fingerprints found inside the closet were traced back to Derek Mercer. He staged his death, Shaw concluded, but for what purpose and what link does he share with Emma? The enigmatic DNA sample led them to another missing person, Lynette Porter, vanished without a trace years before. Neighbors' accounts hinted at a connection between Lynette and Emma. A trail of surveillance footage led them to a remote property owned by Mercer's family, where a harrowing discovery awaited. Behind heavy basement doors, Lynette Porter was found alive but broken, a victim of Mercer's cruel games. "He forced me to witness," she murmured, her eyes vacant with trauma. Evidence piled up against Mercer, journals of control, photographs of his victims, and chilling recordings of Emma's final moments. A manhunt ensued, spanning jurisdictions, as the truth of Mercer's sadistic nature emerged. His thirst for control, his delight in inflicting suffering, painted a dark portrait that chilled even seasoned investigators. When Mercer was apprehended, he carried with him a new disguise and remnants of his twisted past. During interrogation, Mercer's calm facade cracked slightly. She sent that message to herself, he claimed, a deluded attempt to shift blame. The trial unveiled Mercer's elaborate scheme of deception, his meticulous plan to evade justice and perpetuate his reign of terror. The jury swiftly delivered a guilty verdict, condemning Mercer to a life behind bars. As Lynette Porter faced her tormentor in court, she spoke with quiet defiance. "While he dwells in darkness, I will embrace the light." The case left a lasting impact on missing persons investigations, reshaping protocols to focus on relationships and property ties. Detective Shaw preserved the closet door as a somber reminder, a testament to the silent struggles of those trapped in the shadows, fighting for survival against unseen horrors. Story 13. In the stillness of the night, the wooden plank yielded beneath her foot, a subtle shift that whispered a secret. Intrigued, she knelt down, her fingertips tracing the edges, sensing the hidden void beneath. The floor, once seemingly solid, now hinted at mysteries concealed. With gentle determination, she pried up the boards, unveiling a dark, narrow expanse beneath the foundation of her new abode. At first, only dust and cobwebs met her gaze, but as her vision adjusted to the dimness, shapes emerged from the shadows. A mattress, a chair, and nestled in the corner, a worn notebook adorned with pages inscribed with a name, her name repeated endlessly. Detective Morgan Reed stood quietly behind Sarah Coleman, observing the turmoil reflected in her eyes as they delved into the enigmatic depths below. It wasn't just the discovery of a hidden chamber that unsettled Sarah. It was the violation of her sanctuary, the encroachment of something sinister into the haven she had sought. "Don't disturb anything further," Detective Reed's voice, steady yet resolute, broke the silence. Clicking on her flashlight, she cast light into the concealed space, illuminating walls adorned with surveillance photographs of Sarah captured in mundane moments of her daily life. A shrine of obsession, meticulously curated beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had acquired the quaint cottage from the estate of a solitary man named Walter Green, a recluse who had passed away, leaving no kin behind. The property had sat vacant for months before Sarah's purchase, its listing extolling its charm and need for minor refurbishments. No mention of the hidden chamber had been made during inspections or the transaction. "I never met him, the former owner," Sarah murmured. The neighbors spoke of his solitude. "I was told the basement access had been sealed off long ago. That's what the inspection report indicated." As the crime scene investigators arrived, their equipment resonating against the wooden floors, they meticulously documented the chamber's contents, extracting the mattress, chair, and notebook. Forensic scrutiny revealed a plethora of fingerprints, all belonging to Walter Green. What unnerved the investigators most was the timeline. They reconstructed a timeline that indicated Walter had been surveilling Sarah for years prior to his demise. He had shared spaces with her, coexisted in her world, yet she had remained oblivious to his presence. The intensity of this fixation often escalates, the department psychologist elucidated during a debriefing. The transition from fantasy to strategizing. The hidden chamber suggests he was preparing for something more direct. Detective Reed's inquiry took an unexpected turn when she interviewed a former coworker of Walter's from the maintenance department at the local mall. The man appeared agitated, toying with his wedding band throughout their conversation. "Walter mentioned her sometimes," he confessed. "Said she reminded him of someone. I assumed it was harmless infatuation. I never imagined." His voice trailed off, eyes fixed on his fidgeting hands. "Did he speak of any intentions involving her?" Reed probed. "Not explicitly, but he had this phrase he'd repeat. 'She belongs with me.' I thought it was mere rhetoric." Securing a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker, untouched since his passing, Reed uncovered a key that unlocked a storage unit registered in his name. Within the unit, meticulously arranged, lay replicas of Sarah's former apartment, her bed, her desk, her living room furniture, a precise emulation of her living space right down to the minutiae. A mannequin, adorned with a wig mimicking Sarah's hairstyle, sat at the replica desk. Yet most disconcerting was the calendar, with a date circled in red just a week post Walter's sudden demise, bearing a single word: together. Further investigation unveiled Walter's institutionalization in his youth due to an infatuation with a teacher, diagnosed with erotomania, a fixation where the subject believes in a reciprocated love despite evidence to the contrary. Released and uneventful for decades, something about Sarah reignited his dormant obsession. Spread across the conference table at the precinct, crime scene photos depicted Walter's conviction of a destined connection with Sarah. In his mind, their bond was preordained, Reed commented. Could she have unknowingly crossed paths with him, inciting this fixation? A fellow detective inquired. Reed shook her head. No trace of such an encounter. Sometimes these obsessions require but a fleeting moment, a smile shared with a stranger, a gaze that lingers a second too long. For an individual with his history, that could suffice. Opting to part ways with the house, unable to find solace within its walls, Sarah pondered the what-ifs during her final walkthrough with the realtor. I can't help but wonder what might have befallen me had circumstances been different, she whispered. Had I not perceived that loose floorboard, how long would I have dwelt here, unaware of his watchful eyes, unaware of the secrets buried beneath my feet? Following Walter's demise, the case was officially closed, categorized as stalking with intent to abduct, though the abduction never materialized. Sarah relocated, altering her routines and safeguarding her privacy with heightened vigilance. Detective Reed sporadically checked on her, a silent acknowledgement of the proximity to peril Sarah had narrowly averted. The cottage passed into the possession of an oblivious young couple, ignorant of its concealed history, the hidden chamber sealed, the floorboards replaced. Life progressed, but for those privy to the truth, the tale of the room beneath the floor lingered, a cautionary tale of concealed perils, of vanquished monsters who eluded capture, and of survivors unaware of the precipice they skirted. Story 14. The real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints offered no clue to its existence. Yet when the family peeled back the worn carpet, a hidden door revealed itself, its handle rusted with age. It took 3 of them to pry it open, releasing a rush of stale air heavy with the scent of damp earth. Steps descended into darkness, beckoning them downward. Expecting storage, they instead found a solitary chair illuminated by a swaying light bulb. And on the wall behind it, a chilling display photographs of themselves, captured from within their very home. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban property during a winter of early darkness and bare trees swaying against a cold sky. The worn, 2-story structure exuded character and history, they had thought, but they had not anticipated the depth of history the house held, nor how violently it would intertwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene with her partner, the crime scene perimeter secured with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had trembled over the phone as she described the hidden basement beneath their living room floor. We must document everything before anyone else descends, Connors directed, gloving her hands with seasoned precision. Camera flashes illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team captured the eerie scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight as they entered the small basement space, the walls painted a dull gray. A single chair sat bolted to the floor, underneath the harsh glow of a bare bulb casting unsettling shadows. Yet it was the row of photographs on the wall that seized their attention, images of the Mercer family, each picture meticulously arranged in chronological order. These date back weeks, noted Connor's partner, studying the timestamps on the photos. The investigation uncovered no signs of forced entry, no theft, no triggered security system. Only a profound invasion of privacy that shattered the family's sense of security. Forensics uncovered fingerprints from previous owners of the property, each having resided for a fleeting time before selling at decreasing prices. None had mentioned the hidden basement. Delving deeper, the history of the property revealed redacted records, altered blueprints, and withdrawn permits. The contractor who renovated the house 7 years prior denied the existence of the basement vehemently, his hands shaking as he insisted it was not there. Digital forensics unveiled a haunting trove of images on a hidden memory card capturing not just the Mercers, but past families in intimate moments. Audio files recovered from a buried box revealed conversations held within the house, recorded with sophisticated microphones undetected during the initial search. Connors ordered a thorough search, leading to the discovery of a monitoring station concealed behind the photographs. A journal penned by the original builder, Edward Kelvin, chronicled detailed observations of each family's life within the house. His final entries hinted at a sinister anticipation for the next unsuspecting residents. Fingerprint analysis confirmed Kelvin's presence in the house, revealing his twisted belief of ownership over the families who resided there. After a 3-day manhunt, Kelvin was found hidden within the walls, his wiry frame adapted to the secret passages he had crafted. During interrogation, he spoke of the families as mere subjects in his private experiment, claiming they had willingly become his. The psychological evaluation diagnosed Kelvin with severe delusions, viewing himself as the house's guardian rather than an intruder. The Mercer family never returned, leaving behind their possessions as others had before them. The house stood empty as Kelvin's trial exposed the extent of his surveillance network, designed to watch and document the unsuspecting families. As the property was demolished and the ground filled, the families remained haunted by the violation of their privacy, wondering if they had ever truly been alone in the house that had betrayed their trust. Story 15. The aged box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the dusty attic, a forgotten relic from the past occupants of the house. Among its contents were faded Polaroids capturing moments of joy and celebration, typical scenes of birthdays and family gatherings, harmless snapshots, or so it seemed, until she stumbled upon the final photo. In that last image, taken in her very own living room, the familiar furniture and decor were present, but the family captured within was unknown to her. And there, lurking in the dim background, a figure stood in the hallway watching. A shiver ran down Rebecca's spine as she examined the eerie photograph, her fingers trembling slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to quiver. The family in the picture, a woman with honey blonde locks, a bespectacled man, and 2 children, smiled obliviously at the camera, unaware of the shadowy presence behind them. Frozen in a moment of happiness, they were blissfully unaware of the danger that lurked just beyond their sight. Descending the creaky wooden stairs, Rebecca felt the weight of the house closing in on her, the once spacious rooms now feeling suffocatingly empty. Placing the unsettling photo on the kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh fluorescent light. The uncanny resemblance between her home and these unfamiliar faces was undeniable, a chilling mystery unfolding within the walls of her own dwelling. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a worn leather jacket that bore witness to countless investigations. His keen eyes took in every detail as he studied the photograph with a methodical gaze. Running a gloved finger along its edge, he turned it over to reveal the blank back. "What do you know about the previous owners, the Nelsons?" Morgan inquired, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. Rebecca confessed very little. They had already moved out of state when I bought the house through a realtor. Nodding thoughtfully, the detective requested, "May I take this photo for further analysis? Our team might be able to identify the family depicted." The investigation began quietly, unraveling a tangled web of past occupants. From the Nelsons to the Crawfords and then the Mornos, each family had a mysterious connection to the house. But it was the Sutherlands who cast a shadow of dread, disappearing without a trace after a mere year of residence. Forensic analysis of the aged Polaroid pointed to a sinister truth, a pattern of families vanishing after a year in the house, leaving no trace behind. Enhanced imaging revealed a dark figure in the hallway, a tall, silent watcher whose presence defied explanation. Delving into historical records, Detective Morgan unearthed the origins of the house, built by an acclaimed architect named Samuel Whitfield. But Whitfield's sudden disappearance and subsequent death in a construction accident raised more questions than answers. Beneath the house's concrete floor, a macabre discovery awaited the perfectly preserved remains of all the missing families, including the Sutherlands. Among their belongings, a camera identical to the one that captured the chilling Polaroid in the attic. As the investigation unfolded, a hidden crawlspace in the attic yielded a shocking revelation, a journal detailing observations of the families, culminating in a chilling entry about Rebecca herself. Fearing for her safety, she was relocated to a hotel under police guard. In the dead of night, a phone call shattered her uneasy slumber, the eerie sound of breathing followed by the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera. The mystery of the house remained unsolved, its dark secrets haunting those who dared to seek the truth. To this day, the abandoned house stands silent, its enigmatic past shrouded in darkness. Samuel Whitfield's fate remains a mystery, his presence lingering in the shadows of forgotten memories. And as new families move into new homes, unknowingly watched by unseen eyes, the chilling legacy of the man in the photograph endures, a tale of suspense and intrigue that refuses to fade away. Story 16, the aged apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled a familiar melody that echoed through the dimly lit corridors. She, a tenant in this labyrinth of memories, had grown accustomed to these nocturnal symphonies, or so she convinced herself, until one fateful night when a voice, delicate yet unmistakable, floated through the vents like a ghostly apparition. It wasn't the usual background hum of neighbors going about their lives. It was a whisper, beckoning, calling out her name into the shadows of the unknown. Her curiosity piqued, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the cool metal grate. A soft breath of icy air caressed her cheek, sending shivers down her spine. And then, almost teasingly, the voice spoke again, barely above a murmur, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw, a figure of calm amidst the eerie silence of the vacant apartment, stood transfixed at the heart of the mystery unfolding before her eyes. Her gaze lingered on the rusted vent cover, forcibly removed from its rightful place. Around her, the forensics team meticulously combed through the scene, capturing every detail with flashes of light from their cameras. Alina Reeves, the missing soul whose absence had cast a shadow over these walls for 7 long days, had left a trail of enigmatic clues that defied rational explanation. Officer Patel, his voice a solemn echo in the empty space, recounted Alina's distressing accounts of voices carried on the whispers of the wind. The building's management had dismissed her fears as mere echoes of the building's antiquity, a rationalization that now seemed hauntingly inadequate. As Shaw knelt beside the vent, her keen eyes caught sight of the telltale signs of struggle etched into the metal, a frantic testimony of a desperate attempt to escape a fate unknown. Fingernail marks, deep and erratic, bore witness to a struggle that transcended the physical realm, hinting at a terror that lurked within these very walls. Alina, a beacon of warmth and kindness in her role as a beloved kindergarten teacher, had vanished into the shadows of her own home, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a lingering sense of unease. Her sister's tearful accounts painted a picture of a woman haunted by unseen forces, tormented by whispers that danced on the edge of her reality. The apartment, once a sanctuary of solace, now stood as a silent witness to a sinister truth lurking beneath its weathered facade. Shaw's scrutiny revealed subtle details that spoke of a presence unseen but undeniably felt. The meticulously arranged bed, the abandoned coffee mug, the chair positioned with eerie precision beneath the vent, all whispered of a spectral watcher, an unseen intruder in this realm of domestic tranquility. The forensic report, a tapestry woven from threads of evidence, unveiled a chilling narrative of a predator cloaked in shadows. Fibers entwined in the grating bore the imprint of Aliner's essence, a macabre connection that transcended physical boundaries. A fingerprint, foreign and ominous, lingered on the inside of the vent, cover a spectral echo of a presence unseen but keenly felt. In the solitude of her car, raindrops a melancholic melody on the roof. Shaw delved into the haunting echoes of Aliner's final days. Audio recordings, fragments of a shattered reality, revealed a chilling dialogue between the living and the unseen. Aliner's voice, tinged with fear and longing, reached out into the void, seeking validation in the darkness that enveloped her. The building, a silent sentinel of forgotten tales, harbored a history steeped in shadows. Previous tenants, their stories woven into the very fabric of its being, whispered of strange occurrences, of voices that echoed through the walls like lost souls seeking solace. Harold Weber, the enigmatic custodian of this realm, bore witness to a legacy of whispers that transcended the boundaries of reason. As Shaw delved deeper into the labyrinthine mysteries of the building, a hidden passage revealed itself, a conduit between realms, a gateway to the shadows that danced in the periphery of perception. Within its narrow confines lay a trove of secrets, a flashlight, a water bottle, remnants of a spectral existence that defied comprehension. Someone or something had dwelled within these walls, a phantom presence that defied logic. Weber, the enigma at the heart of the mystery, exuded a veneer of calm amidst the storm of uncertainty. His words, a tapestry of half-truths and evasions, veiled a darkness that lurked beneath the surface. The revelation of his sinister collection, a macabre shrine to his victims, laid bare the extent of his depravity, a predator masquerading as a custodian of the night. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Shaw's gaze met Weber's, a silent confrontation between hunter and hunted. His arrest, a silent surrender to a fate long foretold, brought a semblance of closure to a chapter steeped in shadows. Yet his parting words lingered in the air, a spectral echo of a truth that transcended the confines of mortal understanding. The trial, a theater of shadows and whispers, unfolded with a grim inevitability. Weber's facade of sanity crumbled under the weight of damning evidence, his delusions laid bare for all to see. The jury's swift verdict, a condemnation etched in stone, marked the end of a chapter stained with blood and whispers. As Weber was led away, his smile a haunting riddle that defied interpretation, Shaw's gaze lingered on the vacant apartment, a mausoleum of forgotten dreams and shattered lives. The whispers that lingered in the air, a spectral chorus of voices long silenced, echoed through the empty corridors, a testament to the darkness that dwelt within these walls. The apartment building, a monument to a past shrouded in shadows, now stood as a silent witness to a truth best left undisturbed. Despite the veneer of normalcy that cloaked its halls, residents whispered of strange sounds that echoed through the vents, of whispers that danced on the edge of perception. The legacy of Harold Weber, a specter that haunted the building's very foundations, lingered in the cold drafts that carried voices through the night. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled a symphony of shadows that whispered of a truth buried deep within the walls. It was nothing unusual. At least, that's what they told themselves as they drifted into the realm of dreams, lulled by the whispers of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 17. The motel stood there, a relic of forgotten times, a haven for transient souls seeking respite in the shadows of the night. The key exchanged hands with a silent warning, a whispered secret lingering in the air. Just avoid the last door on the left, the clerk's voice barely above a murmur. Intrigue danced in her mind, beckoning her towards the forbidden threshold. Under the muted glow of flickering lights, she found herself outside that ominous door. The handle greeted her touch with a chilling embrace, sending shivers down her spine. To the casual observer, it seemed just like any other door in the corridor until she pressed her ear against it. A faint breath, a whisper from the other side, a presence unseen but felt. Detective Morgan Reed awoke from her slumber, stepping into the realm of the crime scene veiled in shadows and secrets. The smell of iron lingered in the air, a grim reminder of the violence that had stained the room. Amidst the eerie stillness, a young woman lay lifeless, her form a stark contrast to the untouched surroundings. Reed knelt beside the fallen figure, her gaze meeting vacant eyes that held the echo of a silent scream. The forensic technician's voice cut through the silence, detailing the familiar pattern that echoed in the darkness. 3 souls lost, each a tragic echo of the other. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Reed delved deeper into the mystery that shrouded the victim's final moments. The threads of the investigation led her down a twisted path of deceit and betrayal, unraveling a web of lies carefully woven in the shadows. Whispers of a predator on the loose stirred fear in the hearts of the community, casting a veil of uncertainty over the once familiar streets. Reed's determination burned bright, fueled by a relentless pursuit of truth in a world cloaked in darkness. The truth emerged from the shadows, revealing a man consumed by his own demons, a facade of normalcy masking a heart devoid of empathy. Charles Emerson, a figure of authority, stood at the center of the storm, his carefully constructed life unraveling at the seams. Through meticulous detective work and unwavering resolve, Reed uncovered the chilling reality behind the facade, a man driven by fear and desperation, willing to sacrifice lives to protect his own fragile existence. The trial brought closure to the families torn apart by tragedy, a semblance of justice served in a courtroom devoid of mercy. Emerson's stoic facade crumbled, revealing the emptiness that lay beneath a void where compassion should have resided. The echoes of the door on the left case lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks within the human heart. Reed's footsteps echoed down empty hallways, each door a silent sentinel guarding its own secrets. In the quiet of the evidence locker, 3 keys lay dormant, relics of a past best left undisturbed. They whispered of lives lost, of doors opened and never truly closed. And as Reed gazed upon them, she knew that some mysteries were meant to remain unsolved, their truths hidden in the shadows of the night. Story 18. In the old apartment, the pipes groaned and the floorboards creaked, whispering their ancient tales. But the new tenant, Sarah Coleman, sensed a presence beyond the usual settling sounds. The footsteps above her were too deliberate, too steady, echoing down from the unseen heights of the top floor. One night, emboldened by a mix of curiosity and fear, she tapped on the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound halted, plunging the room into a heavy silence. And then in the stillness, a lone knock reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah kept the strange incident to herself, attributing it to the quirks of the old building or perhaps a small creature trespassing in the attic. As the methodical footsteps persisted each night, she adapted by drowning them out with the blare of the television, wearing headphones to muffle the haunting echoes that traced unseen paths above her in the darkness. Detective Morris was drawn into the mystery when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace during routine repairs outside Sarah's apartment. Behind a removed section of drywall, a narrow passage revealed itself, defying the building's blueprints. Illuminated by a flashlight, the space unveiled a makeshift dwelling, a solitary existence marked by discarded food wrappers, water bottles, a tattered blanket, and a worn notebook. The notebook, a silent witness to unseen eyes, contained meticulous notes on Sarah's life, her routines, her habits, her very existence chronicled in unsettling detail. The final entries descended into madness, with cryptic symbols scrawled along the margins, conveying a sense of looming obsession and a chilling declaration: "No one ignores me." Forensics delved into the hidden passages, unearthing a labyrinthine network woven into the building's structure, a secret web connecting multiple apartments to Sarah's. But it was her unit that held the key viewing points, concealed holes, and imperceptible vantage points that had watched her every move in eerie silence. Former residents emerged from the shadows, their suppressed whispers echoing tales of being watched, of unexplained disturbances in the night. One by one, they validated the haunting truth that had long been shrouded in silence, a truth that now demanded to be heard. The breakthrough arose from a microscopic whisper of blood, leading to the phantom of a missing resident, Martin Weaver. His disappearance, a puzzle left unsolved, found a connection to the enigmatic figure of Edward, a recluse who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and unspoken fears. As Detective Morris pieced together the fragments of Edward's past, a chilling pattern emerged: a transient figure, drifting from one top-floor apartment to another, leaving only echoes of his presence and the weight of his unspoken gaze. The truth unfurled like a sinister tapestry, revealing a man consumed by a hidden obsession, a dark desire to observe and control from the shadows. In a remote cabin, the walls whispered secrets of lives entwined with his, of meticulous plans and sinister designs etched into the fabric of his madness. The cabin's floor bore witness to a trail of graves, each a silent testament to lives extinguished in the pursuit of an unseen voyeurism that thrived in the darkness. As the shadows of the past converged with the present, the manhunt for Edward, now known as Edward Mercer, a phantom of the night, continued, his legacy of hidden passages and silent watchfulness haunting the collective memory of those who had unknowingly crossed his path. And as Detective Morris stood in the quiet of his own home, gazing up at the ceiling, a shiver of unease crept through him, a lingering question echoing in the night: who else might be listening, waiting in the unseen corners of the world, their presence a silent specter in the stillness of the night. Story 19. The gentle current whispered its lullaby that morning, the water a serene mirror reflecting the sky above. The fisherman's boat glided effortlessly, almost lulled into a peaceful slumber by the tranquil surroundings. It was then, in the hush of the early hours, that a peculiar sight caught his eye: a solitary suitcase bobbing lazily near the shore. At first glance, it seemed like a forgotten relic, perhaps discarded by careless hands. But as he drew closer, a pungent odor wafted through the air, heavy and suffocating. The case, wrapped in chains weathered by time, revealed its grim secrets upon closer inspection. Rust gnawed at its edges, a silent witness to its abandonment. When the authorities pried open the tarnished container, it did not reveal mere garments or forgotten belongings. Instead, a macabre scene unfolded before their eyes, a tangle of dark hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grip, and at the very bottom, a chilling note bearing cryptic words, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, her presence a calming force amidst the eerie stillness. Her handkerchief pressed delicately against her nose, she observed the victim's form with a mix of sorrow and determination. The woman, identified as Catherine Walsh, lay before them once vibrant, now a ghostly figure marred by the watery depths. The medical examiner worked meticulously, capturing every detail with reverence before the body was gently carried away. What struck Mercer was not the brutality of the act, but the peculiar care taken with the victim's appearance. Despite the gruesome circumstances, Catherine Walsh was adorned with a meticulous touch, manicured nails, meticulously styled hair, and attire of undeniable luxury. She was not simply disposed of, Mercer mused, her gaze lingering on the tranquil waters. She was prepared, almost reverently displayed. Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent known for her expertise in high-end properties, led a life shrouded in mystery. Divorced, childless, she dwelled in solitude within an upscale neighborhood, her ambitions driving her to great heights. Colleagues spoke of her with admiration, citing her unwavering dedication to perfection in all endeavors. Her sudden disappearance, noted only when she failed to attend a crucial showing, sent ripples of concern through her circle. As the investigation unfolded, Walsh's meticulously curated life revealed subtle cracks beneath the surface. Her home, a sanctuary of order and precision, held secrets within its pristine walls. Each room exuded an air of calculated perfection, every item meticulously placed. Yet a single drawer slightly ajar in her office unveiled a hidden truth, a leather-bound journal, its final entry haunting in its simplicity. "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Through the digital realm, Mercer unearthed a trail of cryptic messages in Walsh's inbox, a haunting repetition of the phrase, "I see your perfection," each communication timed with eerie precision. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, a meticulous killer, a fixation on perfection, a ritualistic display of his victims. A breakthrough emerged from an unexpected source, a pawnshop owner's recognition of Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, now missing from her possessions. The trail led to Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker whose nondescript facade hid a chilling obsession. Surveillance footage painted a sinister picture of Linden's calculated movements, his presence in Walsh's life an ominous shadow. In Linden's modest abode, a chilling tableau awaited investigators, walls adorned with stolen moments captured in secret. Photographs of Walsh and others adorned the space, each woman bearing a striking resemblance to the next. Some images defaced with crimson ink, marking them as targets of his twisted fixation. Behind a concealed panel, a shrine of possessions lay in solemn tribute, a lock of hair, a stained tissue, keys to lives he had invaded. As Linden sat in the interrogation room, his demeanor a mask of indifference, the truth unfurled in chilling clarity. His victims, in his eyes, were marred by imperfections veiled beneath their facade of flawless beauty. Catherine Walsh, like those before her, bore the brunt of his misguided corrections, a final attempt to rectify what he perceived as flaws in their perfection. The trial cast a somber shadow over the courtroom, the families of the victims silent witnesses to the unfolding tragedy. Linden's sentence, a lifetime behind bars without reprieve, marked the end of a harrowing chapter. For Detective Mercer, closure came with a heavy heart, haunted by unanswered questions lingering in the shadows. The river continued its tranquil journey downstream, its waters a silent witness to the passage of time. Yet in the precinct on Mercer's desk lay remnants of a chilling truth, a reminder that in the quiet corners of ordinary lives, darkness may lurk unseen. Behind closed doors, beneath the facade of normalcy, predators may lie in wait, their eyes keen for the slightest crack in the veneer of perfection. Story 20. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded borders, a relic of a past birthday lost to time. Faces frozen in smiles, candles flickering innocently, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. But when the daughter came into possession of the box of forgotten photographs, a chilling discovery awaited her. Among the familiar faces there lurked an unfamiliar presence. A man, shrouded in shadows, lingering just beyond the reach of the candlelight. He did not belong to the family captured in the frame. No one could recall him being there, yet with each passing photo he drew nearer. Sarah Winters stumbled upon the collection while clearing out her late mother's attic, a simple cardboard box labeled Memories, holding a trove of moments from her childhood. What should have been a comforting journey down memory lane quickly transformed into a descent into darkness. The first image barely revealed his silhouette, a mere outline at the periphery of her 7th birthday celebration. By the next photo, he had crept inside, a silent observer. And in the following frames, he loomed closer, a menacing presence overshadowing the joyous occasions. Puzzled and unnerved, Sarah reached out to her father, her voice quivering as she described the mysterious figure haunting the photographs. His initial reaction was one of disbelief. "Who is this man in the background of these pictures?" she asked, her heart pounding in her chest. A pregnant pause followed, then a sharp inhale. "What man? There shouldn't be anyone but family," her father finally replied, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Seeking answers, Sarah captured digital images of the eerie Polaroids and shared them with her father. The response she received was unexpected, an urgency in his voice that hinted at hidden truths. "That's impossible. We would have noticed a stranger," he uttered, his usual calm demeanor shaken. Detective Marcus Reed became entangled in the web of mystery as Sarah laid out the unsettling photographs on his desk, the patter of rain against the windows adding a haunting soundtrack to their investigation. With weathered hands, the detective meticulously examined each photo, his gaze narrowing in concentration. No one recognized this individual, he probed, a hint of intrigue lacing his words. "No one," Sarah confirmed, her eyes fixed on the progression of the shadowy figure through the captured moments. As the detective delved deeper, a pattern emerged from the seemingly random placements of the mysterious man. Each photo told a silent story of his calculated movements, inching closer to the unsuspecting children with each frame. In the final image, his ghostly presence loomed directly behind Sarah's youthful self, a phantom hand reaching out towards her shoulder, just beyond the frame's edge. Reed suggested the possibility of the photographer's involvement, yet doubt lingered in his voice. "My mother took these pictures. She set the timer and stepped into the shot," Sarah clarified, dispelling the notion of an external presence manipulating the scenes. Copies were made, a case file opened, and a thorough investigation ensued, reaching out to every surviving attendee of the fateful birthday party. But no one recalled the enigmatic man. No hired help, no unexpected guests, just a secluded countryside setting chosen for its privacy. Facial recognition technology faltered in unmasking the elusive figure, his form strategically obscured in each image as if evading detection. Yet there was a sense of purpose in his posture, a chilling deliberateness that sent shivers down the spines of those involved. The case might have hit a dead end if not for Sarah's discovery of similar haunting figures in other family albums, spanning different occasions and years. A digital wizardry specialist breathed new life into the aged photographs, unveiling hidden details under the harsh glow of the screen. A scar, a ring, a glimpse of facial features previously concealed by darkness all pointed towards a singular identity. The breakthrough came with the comparison of dental records, linking the shadowy figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with a dark past. Keller's disappearance coincided with a series of unsolved child abductions that had plagued the region decades ago, intertwining his sinister presence with the gatherings captured in the photographs. Authorities unearthed chilling evidence buried beneath the foundation of Keller's former residence: a hair clip, a toy car, a bracelet, each item a haunting echo of a vanished child's existence. Sarah sat in solitude, enveloped by the weight of the revelations that had shattered the illusions of her childhood innocence. A call from the detective brought grim news of identified remains near one of the vacation properties, DNA confirming the fate of a long-lost child. Gazing at the final birthday photo, Sarah saw the faces of her family bathed in the warm glow of the candles, frozen in a moment of joy. And there he was, the dark figure lurking behind her younger self, a malevolent presence that had gone unnoticed for years. The threads of unsolved cases intertwined, weaving a tapestry of tragedy that stretched across generations. Families found closure in the unveiling of long-buried secrets, though the truths they unearthed were far from the solace they had sought. The shadow in the family photos had finally been brought to light, his legacy of terror exposed after years of lurking in the shadows. Sarah tenderly placed the photographs back in the box, each image a testament to the unseen dangers that lurk within the confines of captured memories, a reminder that some threats move through life's celebrations unseen, leaving only a faint trail of their malevolence imprinted on the fabric of time. Story 21. The parcel arrived without a trace of its origin, no label to guide it back, no tracking number to reveal its journey. Just a cardboard box, its edges dampened by the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her. Her address was correct, yet the name was a stranger's. She should have disregarded it, should have left it untouched on the porch. But curiosity, that persistent whisper in the mind, won over. With cautious hands, she peeled away the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothes. Instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note. Watch alone. Sarah Miller held the mysterious black plastic in her hands, a weight that felt unsettling, heavier than mere plastic should be, as if carrying the burden of forbidden knowledge. Her fingertips grazed the worn edges of the tape, sensing the imperfections etched in the casing. The handwritten note bore the imprint of urgency, each stroke pressed firmly onto the paper. The suburban world outside her window continued its rhythmic melody, a distant dog's bark, children's laughter from somewhere nearby, the gentle hum of a lawnmower slicing through the morning stillness. Unaware, life went on, while a secret had just been delivered to her doorstep. Sarah brought the package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter as doubt crept into her thoughts. The name, Daniel Whitaker, held no significance for her. In her 4 years in the house, she had never come across mail addressed to anyone by that name. Previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell, leaving behind a trail of memories. Curiosity and unease danced within her as she glanced at her VCR, a relic of nostalgia. There was something about the tape that beckoned a mystery shrouded in aged black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. At first, static danced across the screen, white noise sharpening gradually into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a single lamp. The camera angle was askew, casting a shadow over a man seated in a wooden chair. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, quiet yet resolute, filled the room. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, and that means they will find me as well." Leaning closer, his face emerged from the shadows, revealing the weariness etched into his features, sunken eyes, stubble of days past, hair tousled. I am innocent. I need you to believe that, but they have planted evidence against me, my fingerprints, my DNA, though I have never laid a hand on her. The camera wobbled as Daniel adjusted it, offering glimpses of the stark surroundings, a room devoid of warmth, bare walls, minimal furnishings, a temporary refuge for one on the run. They framed me. The official narrative will claim I knew her, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard our disputes. Lies, all of it. I only saw Catherine Walsh's face on the news after she was murdered in her home, and yet my DNA was found all over the crime scene. Detective Eliza Ramirez observed the identical VHS tape resting on her desk, the fifth to surface, each bearing the same urgent plea from Daniel Whitaker, a man deemed the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace when her lifeless body was discovered. Initially, the Walsh case had seemed straightforward, a young professional woman strangled in her own bedroom, no signs of forced entry, indications of a struggle, and damning DNA evidence pointing to Whitaker, whose prints were on file from a minor offense in the past. Witnesses recalled seeing a man matching his description near her residence in the weeks leading up to the tragedy. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the fateful night, a seemingly clear-cut case until the tapes emerged. The tapes complicate matters, Detective Ramirez noted into her recorder, updating the case files. Whitaker is either orchestrating an intricate deception or unveiling something far darker. She scrutinized the evidence board before her, pictures of a smiling Catherine Walsh at an office function. The gruesome crime scene photos she dared not linger on, maps pinpointing the delivery spots of the parcels, and at the core, the driver's license photo of Daniel Whitaker, his eyes imploring her for justice. The investigation took an unforeseen turn when Ramirez unearthed the truth that Catherine Walsh had been embroiled in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entwined with government contracts. Walsh had stumbled upon irregularities in their clinical trial, data a cover-up of severe side effects in a rush to push a new drug into the market. She was set to testify, a former colleague confided in hushed tones to Ramirez during an interview, casting furtive glances toward the exit. Catherine possessed evidence, proof that the executives were aware of the issues and chose to bury them. The trial was scheduled for next week. Strange anomalies began to surface. The DNA evidence seemed too precise, located in areas incongruent with the crime. Witness statements about Whitaker appeared scripted, echoing the same phrases across different accounts. And most chillingly, surveillance footage from neighboring buildings mysteriously corrupted during the time frame surrounding the murder. 3 days following the delivery of the tape, Sarah Miller received a second package. This time it held a trove of incriminating documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email transcripts, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature. Each page validated her suspicions. Detective Ramirez altered her focus, reaching out to recipients of the other tapes, weaving together Whitaker's trail of breadcrumbs. He had been employed in IT security for a contractor servicing PharmaCorp systems. He had never crossed paths with Catherine, yet he had stumbled upon her name flagged in an unauthorized security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker elucidated in a subsequent tape that surfaced. I intercepted the surveillance directives in the system. They were aware she was amassing evidence. Then I found myself locked out of the network. The following day she was dead, and suddenly I was painted as the perpetrator. The breakthrough arrived when Sarah Miller discerned a crucial detail on her copy of the tape that had eluded others. A reflection captured in a window behind Whitaker disclosed a line of storage units. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they pinpointed the location. Inside Unit 217, a tableau of truth awaited them. Daniel Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy, Catherine's original files documenting the truth, and most damning of all elaborate schemes to frame Whitaker, penned in the handwriting of PharmaCorp security, had a former law enforcement officer with access to evidence handling protocols. Justice didn't manifest in a dramatic arrest, but through the steady accumulation of irrefutable proof. 3 executives faced indictments. The security chief confessed, bargaining to testify against his superiors. The drug faced removal from consideration for market release. Emerging from seclusion, Daniel Whitaker bore the scars of his time as a fugitive, hollowed by the experience. The charges against him dissolved, yet the ordeal had left an indelible mark on his soul. Sarah Miller encountered him once as he arrived to reclaim his tape. A brief exchange unfolded on her porch where his package had first landed. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why send it to my address?" He regarded her with weary eyes. "The algorithm selected you. I needed individuals unconnected to me, or Catherine individuals off their radar, those who might retain faith in their own judgment when the media branded me guilty." The erstwhile suspect and the accidental witness stood in silence, contemplating the fragile boundary between justice and manufactured deceit. Finally, Sarah uttered, "The incorrect address turned out to be precisely the right one." The VHS tapes were logged as evidence, tangible reminders that truth sometimes arrives in enigmatic packages, bearing unfamiliar names, awaiting the inquisitive soul willing to unveil the secrets within. Story 22. The tale unfolds in the quiet corners of a fading costume shop, where shadows linger among the racks of forgotten attire. The air is thick with the scent of old fabric and memories as the shop prepares to close its doors for the final time, casting a veil of mystery over its remaining inventory. Among the relics of bygone eras, a woman with an unassuming presence reaches out to touch a mask resting on a dusty shelf. Its features, delicate yet unnervingly lifelike, seem to hold a secret, a story untold. The cashier's gaze lingers as she places the mask on the counter, a subtle hesitation in his eyes betraying a hidden knowledge. "That's not ours," he mutters under his breath, a whisper lost in the stillness of the shop. Perplexed, the woman inspects the mask, searching for a clue, a tag, a mark of origin, but finds nothing to explain its presence. With a shrug and a sense of intrigue tugging at her curiosity, she decides to take it home, unaware of the silent power she has invited into her life. As night descends like a velvet curtain, a soft sound stirs the darkness, a whisper of fabric shifting through the stillness. The woman named Catherine Reed awakens to a presence in the room, a subtle shift in the air that draws her gaze to the nightstand. There, bathed in the pale moonlight filtering through the curtains, the mask sits, facing her with an unspoken challenge. Days pass like shadows drifting across a forgotten landscape until a neighbor, drawn by a sense of unease, discovers Catherine's home bathed in morning light, a stark contrast to the darkness that now envelops her. The front door stands ajar, a silent invitation into a realm of mystery and dread. Inside, a scene unfolds that will echo through the corridors of time, a scene of stillness and silent terror. Detective Morgan arrives, a figure of quiet determination amidst the chaos of the unfolding investigation. As forensics capture the essence of tragedy in their photographs, the shutter clicks in a rhythmic dance of finality. The detective's gaze sweeps the room, a silent observer of details that speak in whispers to her keen intuition. A drawer left slightly ajar, a water glass bearing traces of a forgotten touch, a lipstick stain on the rim, a tableau of ordinary moments shattered by the sudden absence of life. The medical examiner, a harbinger of unwelcome truths, kneels beside Catherine's still form, his face etched with the weight of the unknown. Cause of death unclear at first glance, he murmurs, his voice a solemn echo in the room. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle, only the frozen mask of terror etched upon her features, a silent witness to the horror that befell her. Catherine's life unfolds in fragments of memory and whispers of her past, a portrait of a woman consumed by her passion for authenticity in a world of shadows and deceit. Her colleagues speak of her with reverence, her boss's words a testament to her discerning eye that saw beyond the surface to the heart of art's true essence. The detective's path winds through a labyrinth of clues and whispers, leading her to the heart of darkness concealed within the mask's haunting gaze. Security footage reveals a moment of confusion in the costume shop, a fleeting glimpse of a truth obscured by shadows and half-truths. The owner's words linger in the air like a ghostly echo of a forgotten past, a warning of dangers unseen. Forensics unravel a tapestry of secrets woven within the fabric of Catherine's final moments. Microscopic fibers tell a tale of desperation and terror, of a struggle against unseen forces that left no trace but the echo of a heart silenced by fear. The threads of fate bind her to a legacy of death and mystery, a tapestry of lives lost to a darkness that knows no end. The retired detective, a guardian of forgotten truths, shares his knowledge with the present, a bridge between past and present in a dance of shadows and light. Ancient symbols whisper of a ritual long forgotten, of a power beyond comprehension that seeks to claim souls in a dance of death and rebirth. In the depths of the night, a journal hidden from prying eyes reveals Catherine's descent into madness, her words a testament to a truth too dark to bear. The mask's gaze haunts her dreams, its presence a specter of doom that lingers in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. The detective's resolve is tested as she confronts the abyss that stares back from behind the empty eye holes of the mask. The truth unfolds in a symphony of fear and despair, revealing a cycle of death and rebirth that spans centuries, a legacy of darkness that knows no end. The mask, a vessel of ancient power, waits in the shadows, a silent sentinel in a world of shifting truths and forgotten lies. Its hunger knows no bounds, its gaze fixed upon the unwary souls who dare to cross its path. And as the night deepens, a whisper of movement stirs in the darkness, a promise of terror that waits to claim its next victim in a dance of death and rebirth that echoes through the ages. Story 23. The worn envelope, its corners tinged with age, bore a fresh stamp just sent a few days prior. With cautious hands, the detective unfolded the letter inside. Typed in a rushed, uneven script were the words, "I am sorry for what I did." A faint dampness clung to the paper, carrying a hint of iron. It was then that they noticed a reddish smear along the bottom, a stain that was not made of ink. Detective Sarah Morgan carefully placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved fingers moving with practiced precision. The forensics team confirmed her suspicion the reddish mark was human blood, matching the DNA from an unsolved homicide that had haunted the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been found in her apartment with multiple stab wounds, her laptop missing, and her notes scattered. The attack seemed tied to a story she was investigating. Despite numerous interviews and exhaustive investigation, the case had gone cold. Now a mysterious letter had arrived at the police station, simply addressed to the Homicide Division. The paper and envelope revealed few fingerprints, only faint smudges hinting that the sender had worn gloves. The postmark provided a much-needed lead. Morgan gathered her team in the dimly lit briefing room, walls adorned with haunting crime scene photos and fruitless suspect profiles. Pinning the letter's image at the center of the board, she declared, "This changes everything. Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her longtime partner on the case, scrutinized the letter. "Or they want us to believe they do," he countered. "The blood could be a cruel act, a way to mock us." The unique typewriter impressions traced by the forensics team belonged to a model long out of production, rare but not impossible to find. They reached out to antique shops and collectors across the region. As the investigation progressed, they delved deeper into Rebecca's life. Her editor described her as relentless, devoted to uncovering corruption. Her last assignment involved probing a wealthy family entangled in local politics. The family's patriarch's recent passing had stirred up disputes over his will, with siblings accusing each other of manipulation. Interviews with Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed subtle shifts in his demeanor since the letter's arrival: nervous gestures, trembling hands. Rebecca mentioned someone trailing her, he confessed. "I brushed it off as paranoia due to her investigation. I should have taken it seriously." As the detectives explored this lead, a second letter arrived bearing the same typewritten message in blood. This time the confession was more detailed. She knew too much about the family, about the inheritance, about what happened to the old man. "I never intended for it to escalate that far." The trail led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they interviewed the eldest son, Richard. Among his collection of antiques, they found vintage typewriters. His rehearsed explanation about them raised suspicions. A breakthrough came when fibers on the envelopes matched custom stationery exclusively used by the youngest daughter, Eleanor. Questioned, she disclosed that Richard had borrowed her stationery a month prior. A search of Richard's home uncovered a hidden room with clippings about Rebecca, surveillance images, and a vintage typewriter matching the one used for the letters. Blood analysis confirmed it belonged to Rebecca. Unexpectedly, bank records unveiled substantial payments from Richard to Michael before Rebecca's murder. Confronted, Michael broke down. She uncovered evidence that Richard poisoned his father for the inheritance, he confessed. "I informed Richard of her findings, hoping to scare her off. I never imagined he would harm her." A crucial piece emerged when Eleanor presented a recording capturing Richard and Michael discussing Rebecca. In the recording, Richard's voice was chillingly clear. She must be silenced permanently. Richard's attempt to flee ended in his arrest. The prosecution built a solid case around the letters, the typewriter, financial transactions, and Eleanor's recording. Michael cooperated in exchange for a plea deal. Throughout the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, blaming Michael for framing him, but the evidence spoke louder. The jury swiftly returned a guilty verdict after deliberation. As Richard was led away, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's parents with a silent understanding. While their daughter could never return, the conviction offered a semblance of peace. The blood-stained letters remained in evidence, a poignant reminder that even the most meticulous crimes leave traces, and that remorse, be it genuine or strategic, can unravel the perfect crime. The case of Rebecca Warren became a pivotal study in detective training, illustrating that breakthroughs may arise not from advanced forensics, but from humble relics like an old typewriter and the burden of guilt weighing on a killer's soul. Story 24, The Enigmatic Doppelganger. She gazed into the mirror, clearing the mist that veiled her reflection. Everything appeared normal at first glance: her face, her attire. Yet a subtle unease crept in as she continued to peer into her own eyes. A flicker caught in the corner of her vision, a movement that defied explanation. Turning away, she expected her reflection to follow suit, but it stayed fixed, an unwavering gaze upon her. Thus began the enigma of Rebecca Thorne, a tale that would baffle investigators and linger in the shadows of a quiet community for years to come. Rebecca resided in a modest apartment nestled within a tranquil suburban enclave, a solitary figure amidst the serenity. Known for her precision and reserved demeanor, she led a structured life as a data analyst, immersed in the world of numbers and logic. No one could have foreseen that she would become enmeshed in one of the most perplexing mysteries of the era. The strangeness commenced subtly. Objects within her abode inexplicably shifted, a coffee mug relocated, books rearranged, her toothbrush out of place. Initially brushing off these occurrences as mere lapses in memory, Rebecca attributed them to her relentless work schedule under harsh fluorescent lights. It was only after weeks of these unsettling incidents that she finally reached out to the authorities, prompting Detective Marion Shaw to delve into the peculiar case. The initial response was dismissive, attributing the disturbances to potential mental health issues rather than criminal activity. Yet the pivotal moment arrived with the eerie episode in front of the bathroom mirror. Rebecca recounted the chilling encounter with her own reflection, describing its autonomous movements and the unsettling sensation of being observed even in solitude. Armed with surveillance footage capturing a doppelganger entering her home while she was elsewhere, the investigation took a sinister turn. Forensic scrutiny unveiled a meticulously crafted mimicry, with the imposter replicating Rebecca's every nuance and possession. The absence of foreign DNA and the unerring familiarity with Rebecca's routine pointed to a calculated surveillance and infiltration, plunging the investigators into a realm of psychological fixation and obsession. The trail led to a former colleague, Lily Winters, whose unsettling fixation on Rebecca manifested in a meticulously curated replica of her life. Lily's eerie shrine, replete with surveillance materials and mimicry paraphernalia, exposed a chilling quest to usurp Rebecca's identity entirely. As the authorities closed in on Lily, she vanished without a trace, leaving behind a disquieting void. Rebecca, now sequestered under protective watch, witnessed her own identity imperiled as the imposter seamlessly assumed her existence. The unsettling realization Dawn Lily had seamlessly slipped into Rebecca's skin, orchestrating a haunting switcheroo as the true Rebecca sought refuge in anonymity. The case remains shrouded in uncertainty, with Lily eluding capture and Rebecca forging a new path away from her former life. Detective Shaw, haunted by the mirrored faces of the two women, reflects on the chilling truth that identity is not merely a mask we wear but a fortress we safeguard against unseen threats. The spectral echoes of the doppelganger's pursuit linger, a reminder that our sense of self is a fragile treasure, coveted by those who seek to claim it as their own. Story 25. In the dimly lit attic of their new Victorian home, Sarah and Michael stumbled upon a hidden treasure, the porcelain doll with its piercing blue eyes hidden beneath a worn blanket. Its presence felt like a whisper from the past, a delicate relic of forgotten memories. They chuckled at the sight, dismissing it as just another dusty artifact left behind by previous owners. That evening, a subtle unease settled over the house. The air grew heavy, laden with unspoken mysteries. The silence seemed to stretch endlessly, wrapping around the young couple like a shroud. And when morning came, the doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel in the shadowy room. Sarah and Michael, unknowingly drawn into the intricate web of the house's history, had purchased the property enamored by its intricate woodwork and enigmatic allure. Little did they know, their lives would soon intertwine with the enigmatic past that lingered within the walls. Detective Rachel Winters, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for detail, received a chilling call on a crisp autumn morning. The scene she encountered in the master bedroom was a tableau of terror, the female victim positioned unnaturally, limbs contorted at precise angles, eyes wide with fear. In the hallway, the male victim lay as if caught in a desperate attempt to flee. As Detective Winters meticulously documented the scene, she couldn't shake the eerie feeling that lingered in the air. The meticulous arrangement of the victims hinted at a sinister purpose, as if they were mere puppets in a twisted play orchestrated by an unseen hand. The investigation unfolded like a haunting melody, each clue leading to more questions than answers. Neighbors whispered of shadows dancing behind curtains and ghostly laughter echoing through the night. The forensic team uncovered traces of antique fabrics, reminiscent of doll clothing, scattered throughout the house, a chilling reminder of the doll's haunting presence. Delving into the property's dark past, Detective Winters unearthed a trail of tragedy woven through the decades. Previous owners met mysterious ends, their lives cut short by inexplicable circumstances. A newspaper clipping hinted at a dollmaker's tragic tale, his final creation a haunting replica of his deceased daughter. The connection between the victims became clear. They had all dared to alter the attic, unknowingly awakening the dormant spirits that dwelled within its walls. Sarah and Michael's renovation plans had unwittingly disturbed the slumbering entity that lurked in the shadows. A breakthrough came with the discovery of old photographs, revealing the dollmaker's eerie creations that seemed to move between frames, a spectral presence captured in black and white. Infrared scans unveiled hidden trails of tiny handprints leading from the attic to the scene of the crime, a ghostly path etched in porcelain dust and unknown organic matter. A chance encounter with a distant relative of the dollmaker unveiled dark secrets of forbidden rituals and whispered legends of objects imbued with a life of their own. The truth, elusive and unsettling, hinted at a reality beyond comprehension, a realm where dolls transcended mere playthings to become vessels for something far more sinister. As the investigation reached a standstill, shrouded in mystery and unanswered questions, Detective Winters made a fateful decision to retain the doll as evidence, locking it away in a secure cabinet. But the following morning brought a chilling revelation: the doll had vanished, leaving behind a perplexing void and a sense of foreboding that lingered in the air. The house changed hands once more, its dark history casting a pall over its grandeur. The new owners, wary of the whispers that surrounded the property, found the attic bare save for a solitary blanket, a silent reminder of the secrets that lay buried within its confines. Detective Winters, haunted by the unsolved case that had eluded her grasp, retired from the force, carrying with her a single photograph, a memento of the enigmatic dollmaker and his spectral creations. Locked away in a vault of memories, the photograph remained a silent witness to the mysteries that continued to echo through the halls of the old Victorian house. And on quiet nights when the world slumbered in peaceful repose, whispers of a small shadow dancing behind the attic window and the faint laughter of a child would drift through the neighborhood, a ghostly reminder of the past that refused to be forgotten. Story 26, the eerie tale, began with a simple pocket dial, a faint echo of static and muffled sounds that seemed insignificant at first. The operator hesitated, ready to dismiss it as a harmless glitch, until a voice pierced through the interference. It was a woman, her words laced with urgency and fear, whispering, "He's here." Then an abrupt silence descended, shrouding the mysterious call in chilling uncertainty. The phone number traced back to an abandoned house, its walls holding secrets long forgotten. No traces of forced entry, no disturbances disrupting the stillness of the deserted dwelling. Yet in the dimly lit kitchen, cloaked in a veil of dust, sat a phone with its screen softly aglow. The call had been placed mere minutes ago, a haunting anomaly in the realm of the unexplained. Detective Morgan Reed found herself ensnared in the enigma, her thoughts consumed by the haunting whisper that echoed in her mind desperation, terror, and a touch of the impossible. The abandoned property once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had fled after a devastating fire ravaged the west wing of their home. Since then, the house stood empty, a silent witness to the passage of time. As Morgan delved deeper into the perplexing case, she turned to her partner, Detective Walsh, with a question lingering on her lips. "Background check on the number," she inquired, seeking a thread of clarity in the web of mysteries. The answer came like a ghostly whisper in the night, registered to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter who had perished in a tragic car accident 3 years prior. The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit, defying logic and reason. A phone belonging to a departed soul, making calls from the realm of abandonment. The forensic team scoured the house for clues, their efforts yielding little in the way of tangible evidence. No fingerprints graced the device, only elusive smudges that evaded identification. No footprints marked the path to or from the house, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions. The heart of the investigation lay in those 11 seconds of static-filled recording, a spectral voice whispering from beyond the veil of the living. Voice analysis confirmed the spectral whisper matched Catherine Sullivan's voice with an unsettling 98% certainty, sending shivers down the spines of those entwined in the case. The timestamp revealed a chilling revelation: the call had occurred at the precise moment of Catherine's tragic demise, a macabre synchronicity that defied comprehension. Morgan and Walsh combed through the threads of Catherine's past, unraveling the tapestry of her relationships and connections. Her father, now remarried, bore the mask of confusion. Her mother, a solitary figure haunted by grief, recognized the voice as her daughter's, trembling at the echoes of a past long buried in sorrow. The tendrils of suspicion extended towards Catherine's former boyfriend, Mark Jennings, a man entwined in the shadows of doubt. Alibis crumbled under scrutiny, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and a lingering sense of unease. The house stood silent, a witness to the unseen forces that bound the past to the present. A breakthrough emerged from the shadows when Catherine's mother unearthed a journal hidden among her daughter's belongings, a chronicle of love turned to fear, of desperation etched in ink. The final entry bore a chilling prophecy, a whispered warning from beyond the grave. Morgan's gaze settled on Mark once more, his facade faltering under the weight of accusation. The journal's words lingered in the air, a specter of truth haunting the spaces between them. The veil of deception began to unravel, revealing a darker truth lurking beneath the surface. The revelation came in the form of buried secrets unearthed from the depths of the earth. Catherine's actual phone, concealed in the shadow of the accident that had claimed her life. Deleted texts painted a harrowing picture of betrayal and manipulation, of a love turned toxic and a life cut short by malevolent hands. The shadows of the past cast a long reach, revealing a tapestry of deceit woven by Mark's hands. The facade crumbled, exposing the darkness that lurked within his soul. A twisted game of manipulation and deception, a bid to rewrite the narrative of tragedy to suit his own malevolent desires. As the net closed around Mark, the truth unfurled like a dark flower blooming in the night. His crimes laid bare, his sins exposed to the unforgiving light of justice. A phantom of the past, a specter of guilt, he stood condemned by the echoes of the voice he had sought to silence. The trial unfolded with a solemn weight, the echoes of Catherine's voice reverberating through the chambers of justice. The verdict rang out with a finality that echoed through the ages, a sentence of guilt, a reckoning for the sins of the past. In the stillness of the evidence locker, the phone from the abandoned house lay silent, a relic of a tragedy long past. Officers whispered of phantom calls in the night, a haunting reminder of the voice that refused to be silenced. Catherine's story lived on, not as a ghostly tale whispered in the dark, but as a beacon of truth shining through the shadows. Victims may fall silent, but their voices echo through the corridors of time, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of darkness. Story 27. The house lay abandoned for years, a silent witness to the mysteries that lingered within its walls. Whispers from the neighbors spoke of a young woman who vanished, leaving behind a void that echoed through time. When the new occupants crossed the threshold, they discovered a locked bedroom, a sanctuary frozen in time. With a creak and a groan, the door yielded to their curiosity, revealing a chamber suffused with the ghosts of the past. The air hung heavy with neglect, dust motes dancing in the faint light that filtered through the curtains. Yet amidst the stillness, a sense of unease crept over the intruders. The bed stood pristine, the mirror devoid of blemish. A lone candle, its flame long extinguished, stood as a sentinel on the desk, its wax a frozen cascade of forgotten tears. And there, upon the surface of an open notebook, fresh ink glistened in the dimness. Detective Morgan, a seeker of truths in the shadows, pored over the cryptic words scrawled within. The elegant script belonged to Elise Winters, a name whispered in the winds of time, a name that beckoned from the abyss of the unknown. Elise, 26 years young, had vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of words that spoke of a lurking danger. "I know he's watching me tonight," her final entry proclaimed, a plea for solace in a world turned treacherous. The ink bore the weight of her fears, etched into the pages with a desperate urgency that transcended the years. As the detective absorbed the revelations within the notebook, forensic technicians combed the room for hidden truths. Elise's story unfolded in the meticulous strokes of her pen, a tale of deceit and shadows that cloaked her last moments in a shroud of mystery. The landlord, a specter of guilt and denial, lingered in the doorway, his pallor a reflection of the secrets buried within the walls. We checked every corner, his voice trembled, a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. That door was never meant to be locked. Elise, once a paralegal ensnared in the machinations of power and greed, had uncovered a web of deception that ensnared the elite. Her pursuit of truth had led her down a path fraught with danger, a path that culminated in her abrupt disappearance from the world. The room, a tableau frozen in time, revealed little of the tragedy that had unfolded within its confines. No signs of struggle marred the tranquil facade, no blood stained the sanctity of the space. It was as though Elise had stepped away, leaving behind a semblance of normalcy in her wake. But beneath the veneer of order, chaos lurked in the shadows. Hidden compartments and concealed truths awaited discovery, a puzzle waiting to be unraveled by those brave enough to seek the answers that lay buried beneath the surface. A loose floorboard, a hidden key, a doorway to a realm of secrets long forgotten. The contents of a safe deposit box revealed a tapestry of deceit woven by the hands of the powerful, a tapestry that threatened to unravel in the face of justice. The truth, a fragile thread in the tapestry of lies, emerged in the form of audio recordings and damning documents. Elise's voice, a beacon of defiance in the darkness, echoed through the halls of power, exposing the corruption that festered beneath the facade of respectability. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, a shadow loomed over the figure of Vincent Harriman, a puppeteer of fate entangled in the web of his own making. The evidence, though circumstantial, painted a damning portrait of a man consumed by his own hubris. The mystery of the locked room, a riddle that defied time and reason, found its resolution in the unlikeliest of places. Security footage, a silent witness to the night of Elise's disappearance, unveiled the truth hidden in plain sight. A hidden passage, a portal to the unknown, a gateway to a world of shadows and deception. Vincent Harriman, a master of deceit, found himself ensnared in the very trap he had laid for others. Justice, a specter that haunted his every step, finally caught up with the architect of Elise's demise. In the courtroom, a reckoning unfolded, a tapestry of lies torn asunder by the weight of truth. Elise's mother, a voice of sorrow and defiance, spoke of a daughter lost to the darkness, a daughter whose legacy would endure long after the echoes of her final words had faded. The house, a silent sentinel on the edge of oblivion, stood as a testament to the power of truth in a world shrouded in shadows. The light that flickered in the upstairs window whispered of a presence that lingered, a presence that defied the passage of time. And so the house remained empty, a shrine to the memory of a woman who dared to challenge the powerful and the corrupt. The secrets it held, though exposed to the light of day, remained etched in the walls, a silent testament to the courage of one who refused to be silenced.